to this week's session of Once Upon a Roll, our D&D 5th edition campaign. So, last we had left off, you continued the voyage to Draconia aboard the Falcon and Moth after rescuing those in your clan, Durand, sending Zevzal back to watch after them and his wife and unborn child. Era, you took time with the Phoenix Academy to learn about the special traits and characteristics of the ship itself, able to be a conduit for your spells, and you spent time training with them to learn exactly how to work in tandem with the other members of the Academy to impart these magical effects onto the boat. Nedadian, you continued your efforts to puzzle together the broken, shattered moonstone pieces that you had found scattered about the cave where you had fought and defeated the avatar of the deity Vayne. And out of one, you found some rocks.
How did it?
In addition, a few of you began to notice an odd light just beneath the horizon. And though you didn't ascertain what it was or its function, you tracked it. And night after night, the more you did, the more abnormal it seemed. Until a couple weeks after you had departed the island, you were able to once again make contact with the other members of the fleet via magical sending. Something that, since you had disembarked, had been lost. Very similar to how you were not able to contact anybody in Draconia. In addition to that era, you had decided to attempt to reach out and contact your sister. And you were successful. Although she does seem a bit perturbed that you would wake her at such an ungodly hour. That is where we left off with Era, you using the sending spell to reach out to your sister and getting a response from her. Basically just a bit annoyed that you would reach into her head magically while she was sleeping. So, you've gotten a response from your sister. You've expended that use of the sending spell. And any further back and forths, like each round of conversation is going to cost you another sending spell slot. But you're standing there aboard the deck. It is currently very early in the morning, maybe 2, 3 in the morning. The stars are out. It is partially blocked by clouds, but for the most part, it is a calm night and nothing too different from the previous weeks aboard, except now you're standing there having just heard word back from your sister. So, what are you doing?
She had already responded back to my message, so...
Yep. Basically, just in her, in a very just woke up, cranky and perturbed way, she responded to you.
Okay. I don't know if would I be relieved or would I be annoyed at her response? Let's see. I still would feel relieved. I'd kind of roll my eyes at the comment. Uh, I'll look at my spell slots, um, kind of debating whether I should set another one. Maybe I should just leave her hanging for now. Uh, spell slots, spell book. Shut up. Okay.
Just
I'm not going to send a message, but I will contact everyone through the bracelet and let everyone know. Like, it seems that my sister is okay. She did also get a chance to respond back to me. Maybe annoyed, but I don't really want to expend any more spells at this time. Maybe right before bed or something. But for now, I'll leave her alone. But at least I know she's okay.
I'll reply back. Like, oh wow, you got hold of your sister. See, I knew. I mean, wait, we should tell everybody, right?
Dion and Durand are sleeping at this point in time.
Well, I wouldn't wake them up, but it's not urgent for you guys to know that my sister's okay. But it is good to know that we can contact with other people. So maybe we should just start seeing if we can get more information on whatever's going on in Draconia, if anything at all. So it is strange that, we can contact them now. But I guess I don't know.
Alavarn has listened and she's contemplating like whether or not she should reply or not because like she said we don't know if she should wake everybody up or not, and I was like, they are sleeping, aren't they? You know.
Elvin, did you fall asleep too? Hello?
No, I didn't. I just wasn't sure about, because Nerdion and Durand are probably asleep too. But I mean, they might be awake now. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're just having weird
It's
dreams about fairy dragons and oh, that would be cool. Hmm. Have you ever
okay.
tried that before? Yeah,
Maybe
to
we should
just
just
tell them a
whisper things.
story. Yeah.
Oh, wait. We have to focus, focus, focus. We should try that. But um, no, I don't think we should wake them. But maybe we should. Uh, I don't really know who else to contact at this time. Mm, I guess I'll go and see and get an update with the Phoenix Academy members and see if they've already tried to. Well, I know they've tried to communicate with others, but maybe if there's an update there. Yeah, that sounds
Do
fine.
you think it has anything to do with the weird light?
Well, we were getting further away from it, right? And then after that,
Well, we're on the other side of it. We were on one side of it and couldn't communicate, and now we're on the other side of it and can. But it wasn't a star, right?
hmm, maybe we should talk in person so we don't wake them up.
Meridian, you're home, and Isaiah's there, and you're cuddling, and you're happy.
All right. After that, you guys walk the about 20 feet that you were away from each other and meet up in person.
Well, now they can sleep soundly. I don't know if that was waking them up, but I don't know. Does Duran? It doesn't matter. Sorry, it's a lot. I mean, considering that this is really all we can do at this time, it's still enough to pay attention to, right? So you mentioned the star thing. We're now on the other side of it, so we can communicate. So does that go for everybody then?
Well, I don't know. That's what I said. Is it's weird because we saw that weird light and we were on one side of it and still couldn't communicate, and then now on this side we can't get. I guess we. Well, I don't know. Is it working both ways or only one way?
Oh, I'm gonna use a sending spell and try to contact Naval.
Okay.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing Naval. Hello, alive and well. Maybe.
Okay. After a few moments, nothing. A few minutes, nothing. It doesn't seem like you're going to get a response.
What did she say? How's Lucifer?
I didn't ask about Lucifer, but no response. Well, what time would they? I mean, not what day. What time would it be over there? Would they be sleeping as well? I don't think that's the case. Maybe. How far are we onto this trip? I'm not even sure. Should I try somebody else? I don't want. I don't. My spells. My spells, please.
Well, maybe the academy, like your people, your, like the other people on the. I don't know all of their names. I know Vandar helped us, and I hear, uh, hmm,
Oh wait. I'm actually going to look for the Phoenix Academy members on the boat,
Okay.
and see if I can speak with them. I'm gonna drag the other one with me though.
well, I was
So
gonna tag along. So
as you had before you had reached out to your sister, you'd overheard the conversation that the academy had with each other, and then had went to report to the captain. They're still down there. The only one that is not involved is Layla.
But from what I think I remember is that they were able to contact people in Draconia, but I'm not sure if they were able or if they attempted to contact people back.
They were able to contact the rest of the fleet that had
The
gone
fleet.
over.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as you're aware, that's where it's done. They may have since tried to contact people in Draconia, but you're not sure.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and look for Lanissa and ask her, like to what
She's
extent
still in the meeting with the captain right now.
can I? I'm gonna try to interrupt. Maybe knock on the door. I guess.
All right. You go down, you knock on the door of the cab. You can hear conversation happening on the other side of the door. The door opens and you see the standing there, the half elf to hear. Yes. A bit in the middle of something here.
Hmm. Well, apologies. I didn't really mean to interrupt. I know you're in a meeting, but in regards to contacting people, I did have a couple of questions before I expended more spells, if you will. If you have a minute.
He looks back and takes a step right outside, closing the door behind him. You're quick on these things. Where did you? You must have overheard us. And in that time, what you started sending spells to test it on your own. It's perfectly fine.
Well, how else would we get results? Oh, well, before that, before I forget, I kind of have a spasm mind right now. I did attempt to contact someone in Draconia. Successful. But I'm wondering, I'm kind of curious. Everyone brought up a point. Now, it had to do with the stars, right? Have any of you attempted to contact anyone beyond that point, like maybe back towards well, Ambervale, the Phoenix Academy in general, on that side, not necessarily the fleet?
I don't believe so. I can try now. I know that they were speaking about reaching out to those in Draconia who we've not had contact with for quite some time. I believe that they are formulating exactly what is to be said to whom and when, but I can reach back home, back out to the homeland, some people I know. Give me a moment. And he weaves the spell, and mutters something under his breath. You can see him waiting. Huh. Nothing. But that's not always indicative. You'll have to try it more before we come to any sort of conclusion.
Do you think it's the light? Because we're on this side of the light. We went past it. We were, and we couldn't contact them. And now that we went past that light, whatever it was, the one in the water, I don't even know if you know about that, but we saw it at night. You're
Well,
kind
you
of
mentioned
probably
lights in the water, you mentioned stars, and I really don't know what either of you are speaking of.
Well, we saw a light in the water, a couple of us, and the watch person. He, also saw it, and it doesn't stay lit, and it's under the water. It's not like a star. We thought maybe it might have been a star, but it's definitely not a star. But we don't know what it would have been. But now we've gone past it, and now you can contact Draconia. I motioned to Era, and but you can't get back to home.
He takes something out and scribbles a quick, like maybe half sentence note and puts away a little notebook that he carries back into his robe. Might be coincidence, but would be one hell of one. Is this light visible now?
Well, I'm below decks, aren't I?
Well, I mean, you know more of it than I do. Would it be visible this time, where we are?
Might be kind of behind us if we were to go look out for. I mean, I can go do that. I'll go do that. So I will head back up, and I don't know if it's the right time of night.
So Hellborn heads up. Tahir looks to you, I'll relay this information. I'm sure that we and the rest of the crew will be getting an update in the morning.
It is a relief to know that we can contact the fleet again and people of Draconia, but we should still be careful. We all have a purpose to go to this, right? So we just have to be more cautious, especially when it comes to coincidences, or what we think are.
It is a comfort, because otherwise there were no explanation as to why our spells were falling on deaf ears. Well, we're beginning to assume that those we were trying to reach out to simply no longer were.
You know, actually, because Elvorn comes back, she's like, we're getting farther and farther away from the light, so maybe we should stop getting farther away if we want to see if the light has something to do with it, because we could go back to the other side, right? Maybe, or I mean, I guess I could. We could go, Era,
Uh,
but
I
maybe not if the boat is continuing in this direction.
If it's something you want to investigate, I don't have an issue with it, but we couldn't really tell how far it was. Um, Even maybe with a map, we can try to maybe pinpoint. But I, we don't really have anything to go by. We just know we passed it, right? Mm, blah, 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 blah. Is there a map I can look at?
I would find Yavelda or the Navigator. They're normally up at this time.
I'm gonna turn heel and look for the navigator. Okay, I'll do that.
Alright. He goes back into the captain's quarters. What are you two doing? Leia is looking for Yavelda or the Navigator. Eleanor?
I'll go look and see if the light is visible at all. Kind of
Okay.
watch out for it.
So you had spoken with Yavelda, the half-orc woman who works under the Navigator. You've seen her about many nights as she's up during the same shift as you are, Era,
Mhm.
plotting courses, charting stars, and all that good stuff. So it's not hard when you come back above decks to see her holding her board with uh, the candlelight fixed to the end of it and flipping through parchment, looking out towards the stars and doing mental calculations. Out of one, make a perception check, please.
It's a 10.
10. Um, Looking out towards where you might expect it to be. Occasionally, you think that it might be it, but it's kind of hard for you to actually, at this point in the night, to discern the horizon. So you think you see it on a couple occasions, but at the end up, you look harder and it ends up being just stars, and you're not able to see anything that you can for certain say is that light that you had noticed for the past few nights. Era, you approach Uvelda.
Um, Out of character, is Yavelda also the person we had mentioned the stars to? Was it both her and the navigator, or is she
Yes,
the nav? Okay, okay, okay. All right, cool. Thank
they're both aware of it because the navigator
you. Mm,
is the one that mans the helm at this during this watch, so he's the one
okay,
that's behind the wheel. Um, and Yavelda is awake at the same time.
okay,
So they had their conversation after, like they've discussed it since you had brought it up to them.
okay. Um, I guess I will. I don't want to alarm her or anything, so I'm just kind of like knock on something nearby, just to kind of grab her attention. Do you have a moment to spare? I have a couple of questions you might be able to help.
Sure. Yes. Mm.
Perfect. So it seems that we're able to communicate with those in Draconia, at least for now. You remember the stars that we had brought up beforehand, right? The ones that we thought
The
were not
strange
stars.
star that probably wasn't a star. Yes, I recall. Yes.
Right. Oh, so by any chance, have you been, do you have anywhere maybe marked or somewhere like in your notes or charts that indicate a general idea, or if you can show us the path that
Not
we've
as
taken so
much
far?
marked as it's on a map, as it's quite difficult to map the vastness of the ocean, even if you were to. Not quite easy enough to find out how to get there. There aren't quite any landmarks, but I've been working quite feverishly to plot the stars around this location so that anyone attempting to find where we've been for the past few days, week or so, would be able to check the chart, match them up with what they see at night, and at least get in the area. Nothing too exact, but uh, when it comes to voyaging the seas, it's the best we can do.
And I think with that, we might be able to have some progress. You see, not to go, I guess, into too much detail, but I'm wondering if there's something that was blocking communication towards Draconia. But now that we're past that star, not star, um, I'm wondering if we can communicate now towards, well, homeland where we came from, right? Um, and even still,
Or you and your other mages would it not be,
Carl,
unfortunately.
no. But however, with the information that you can provide us, charting the stars, uh, the course that we've been going on, it's possible that maybe myself and Elevorn can investigate it. I don't know. It's obviously difficult considering where we are, right? But it might be something important or worthwhile checking up on. Mm,
Very well, could be, but I'm not sure exactly how. It's hard to say how far away that would be. Uh,
but we know we're farther from it and not as close as we used to be. So as
oh,
long as we have,
certainly.
mm, all right. I guess
But if
I
you're
will.
talking about trying to get right on top of it, that's could be well, that would be the captain's decision.
Of course. Depending on the importance of this, I guess I'll continue investigation. Is there? I guess there's not much else. I'm gonna look at the map as if I could probably even read it. Not at all. Mm,
It
so,
looks like a bunch of stars. You kind of like look at it, and it's bunch of points,
mm,
numbers, angles, and like you attempt to even see how it relates to the actual physical world that you're looking at, and not quite able to do it just at a glance. This is a field of study that you've not been privy to.
I can read this map. However, any pointers or anything I should know, or not that I can, take years of experience into one sentence, but
It's um, as far as reading stars, star maps, charting them. What? There's not much I can break down into a few sentences that would really help you along. But, well, if the situation calls for it, I'm sure that if any volunteers are needed to venture back out, I'll be the first in line. If I'm being honest, I'm not too keen on whatever it is that you or the Empire are planning on doing in Draconia. I feel much more comfortable at sea. So if you need a reason to come back out once we get to where they're going, I certainly will be happy to accompany.
I'm going to smile and nod my head. We would appreciate that. For the time being, I'll keep you updated if there's anything else. Um, I guess I'll go look for my friend, and I'm gonna slowly walk like back out and figure something out. Stars,
Okay.
anyways. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So, Era, Elevon, anything else?
Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna use the bracelet. Alvin, where are you?
Was that it? No, I don't think it was it. I'm here, and I'll like just start waving my arms around. You know.
You guys are standing on opposite sides of the ship. You're on one railing, she's on the other.
I'm gonna still talk into the bracelet and look up and see her. Acknowledge her. Oh, okay, great. Um, so we don't have. Obviously, it's hard to. I can't read stars, right? I don't think you can read stars. Um, but there is kind of a way to have a general idea of where to go back, though I don't know if it's the best time to do it. I don't know how urgent it is, and that depends on if we can communicate back with anybody um, at the Towers, Phoenix Academy, Amabile, wherever you want to, whoever you want to speak to, right? Um,
Are they like books?
books like the stars, the charting. Thought it was more of like a map.
Well, you said read the stars, so I. Are they like.
Oh, well, you
Huh?
read like you look up at the stars and you read them, right? I'm not an expertise in this area. I would not even be able to. It's kind of like I don't know, understanding the placements, alignment, something like that, to where we are. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking. Uh, I'm gonna walk towards her as I'm talking to her. By the way,
Gotcha.
and it is true that we're getting farther away from it. Um, it's a, I mean, do you want to mention it to the captain? I do feel it's more imperative to reach the lands, but at the same time, if the fleet is doing okay, then urgency isn't, well, it's still there, right? But
Well,
I
that's
don't
the
know.
whole reason why we're here, though. What if what we need to do is back there where that light is? Because we're to see what's going on and preventing communication with Draconia and the Empire, right? We're
No.
coming to make sure. No, we're not doing that. I thought we were doing
I
that.
mean, maybe, yeah, but
Never mind. But yeah, it'd be really cool if you could read those stars like a book. I bet they'd have lots of cool stories. I mean, how long have they been there? But you know, um, I mean, if it's not that important to be able to contact the Empire, then I guess it's not that important. But I mean, like we're
No.
here, so it it just feels like you know I don't know. Maybe it's like maybe there is really bad stuff going on. I mean, I'm glad that your sister is okay, or she's okay, right? You said, yeah.
She's sleeping. That doesn't matter right now. Um, hmm. You have a point, but we haven't confirmed if we can reach anybody. So, I mean, if you want to go and check it out, we can try, but I'm afraid we're going to get lost somewhere in sea, considering we don't have
Well,
really map reading star skills.
yeah. I mean, there isn't really. I don't think we could go by ourselves with the boat just continuing and, well, I mean, even with it just floating here, it would be moving, so it would be hard to find our way back to. I mean, we did get that little boat, so if we could instead find our way to Draconia, but I don't know how far we are from that, so that could also be. I am not sure about this.
Did they mention how far we are?
no.
They
I
did.
think
I mean,
we need to talk to the captain.
we do. Okay.
Because I don't know enough about where we are. I mean, I don't see any land anywhere, so I have to imagine we're still pretty far out. Because even once you can see land, you're still probably kind of far away from it. Maybe not, though. Hmm.
You know what? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Why not? Let's go talk to the captain.
I'm not gonna let him.
Captain.
Captain!
Captain.
They aren't awake yet. I mean, they're really
Wake
heavy
him up.
sleepers.
Do I wake him up for the stars? Captain the stars.
No, I
If
mean,
I
like,
get woken up,
yeah, we've been using the bracelet, so I'm, like, surprised that
Captain.
they're wrong.
Yeah, Jerron's probably like at least semi-conscious. Neridion can probably just be oblivious to all this if she wants to.
She's having pleasant dreams about Isaiah.
All right.
is she? Dun, dun,
Mm.
dun.
Oh.
Roll for
Um,
nightmare.
oh my god.
Oh,
Roll a d20. Evens is pleasant, odds is nightmare.
8.
Evens is pleasant? Okay, fine. Enjoy your pleasant dreams.
The way you said that, oh my god, we're gonna die. It's not a pleasant dream after all.
I didn't think of an option for a pleasant dream, so you can create your own pleasant Neridion dream. Whether it's influenced by Elevon shenanigans or not, that's up to you. Alright, so without the ability to wait even for a moment, Elevon Era, are you going to go and interrupt the meeting yet again?
We could ask the navigator.
She's knocking on the door. Hello, we know you're in there.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, if we're trying to
thank
get to it,
you.
right? Then yeah, I technically think it was enough to interrupt them once again. They could just keep us there, but that's their fault. Anyways.
I have a better idea. Nimue,
Oh. Oh.
are you there? I mean, I know you're here, but I don't know if you're here.
Yes.
I was wondering, um, could you, well, I thought it was a good idea, but now it sounds really complicated. I'm worried that that weird light that we saw, I don't know. I mean, you're kind of aware of stuff, in the ocean might have something to do with all of this stuff that's going on.
Was there a question or something you needed me for?
Were you in the captain's meeting?
I was not invited. No.
But did you hear? Just any chance? Just hi anyway.
I'm aware that they're holding a meeting there, but I have not focused my attention there as I was not.
No, I don't want you to spy on people. That would be weird. I was just, I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking you'd definitely be in the meeting, so then I could be like, is it a good time? But since you're not in the meeting, yeah, I'm sorry.
And on the very off chance, could you read stars?
No, I can't. But they are pretty.
Yeah. I'm gonna interrupt them again.
Era's walking away.
When she said read stars, I was thinking it was like, like they were books or something. And then I was like, with all the stories that you have, you know, like I can only imagine the kind of stories the stars could tell.
Hmm. Could you wake one of them up as you did me?
Whoa. I don't know. Might be too
So,
far away.
so as Nimue and Elevorn are staring up at the stars, Era, you make your way back down in front of the captain's door again.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm hyping myself up. Yeah, I can do this. I can interrupt yet again. I'll knock though this
The
time.
door opens,
Oh, okay.
and the uh, academy members seem like making their way out. Uh, Vandar almost walks right into you as you are mid, almost like knocking.
Oh, is the meeting over?
Mm, yes.
Oh. Um, I've come back with more questions. If you guys have some time.
You can see Tahir in the background rolling his eyes.
I see you.
For who?
Well, I kind of want to pick your minds, right? In general, to everybody. I think it's something better kind of said out loud. Um, by any chance, did we get any contact back from anybody from the Empire?
Well, Tahir had mentioned that he had, and Tahir is making his way past the two of you now and continuing off to wherever it is he may go, had mentioned that both you and he had attempted to reach back towards the Empire. We've not since tried again. We intend to try at a different time.
No, I'm gonna roll my eyes. Okay. Maybe I'm a little bit impatient, but the sooner we have results, the better we can.
Lanissa from behind. Can you take this conversation elsewhere? And Era, if you would like to continue bashing your head into a wall, you are absolutely free to do so in your own time.
I'm not even gonna acknowledge that comment. Regardless, how far, or would any of you know, before I go back up to the navigator, which that probably is what I have to do, how far are we Draconia as of now?
Lanissa, you guys have kind of been shuffling slowly away from the door. Lanissa walks through and closes the captain's door behind her, and in a moment it's just you and Vandar standing in that passageway. From my understanding, maybe somewhere around 2, 3 weeks, I think. Kind of lost track of time. But seems the captain has something he's going to say to, well, everyone. At least at the end of our shift, so not going to be able to get to bed for a little while after, but it is what it is. So don't go to bed after our shift's up.
Why? Okay, I'm just gonna. Well, thanks for the information, regardless, and giving me the time of day. I'll talk to you later. Let me go into the captain's.
All right, so you're opening the door.
Yeah.
Okay. You can see him there. He's clearing up the desk. You're entering the captain's quarter. He's sitting behind a large wooden desk. Everything seems tidy. It is certainly cozier and more comfortable than any of the sleeping arrangements that you have, and way more, very much more spaceful. But it is well looked after, and everything is secure and tightened down. And it looks like he's putting away whatever material, whatever notes that he had for the meeting that he had just gotten out of, and just placing things back where they belong. She looks up, sees you in the doorway.
I'll close the door
Normally,
behind me.
one knocks and requests permission to enter before barging into the captain's quarters. However, you are not exactly a sailor of mine, so I'll overlook that. Era, how can I help you?
I just wanted to bring a few things to your attention. Just in case, m- more, well, I don't know how dire it is, but I think it is pretty important regarding the stars that we saw. Not that I have too much information to go by since then. Um, I'm sorry, but I heard that you guys were going to tell us something about the meeting after our shifts or something. Is it something
I plan to
important?
address the crew at the end of this shift, yes.
Nothing dangerous or anything crazy, right?
No, just an update with information that we have and mm, what the what our plan is going forward from here in a broad sense.
Uh, to my understanding, we're only a few weeks behind from reaching Draconia. How closer are the other fleets?
The other ships in the fleet are, well, perhaps a week and a half ahead of us. However, we do intend on reconvening with them and then approaching Draconia as a singular unit. So we are coordinating that right now, and I should also like to bring the information that you and your friends had gathered from that group of dragonborn on the isle, pertaining to with the information that might pertain to our mission and our task in Draconia before we approach land.
I see. So we need to reconvene with the other fleets first before we go to Draconia. Then it's probably not the best time to even suggest this. But Alivorn and I are. We have our theories in regards to the stars in the ocean, blocking communication, which is one of the more bigger reasons why we were coming here. So it is important to address. I don't know, or rather, I don't think going back now is the best thing to do. I definitely feel it's more important to reconvene, but mm, I can't let it escape my mind. What if we can't contact anybody from the Empire? Then the problem would still be there. So is it something we should address now?
The standing
No.
orders of this fleet are to reopen shipping lanes between Draconia and the Empire. If we are unable to communicate with the Empire as we were unable to communicate with Draconia, then we have our standing orders. So, obviously, being able to be in contact with those back in the Empire would be preferable. It is something that I feel should be addressed, perhaps once we have made it to shore,
Okay.
where
Uh,
we better assess, perhaps gather more information on anyone else, for anyone else who might have similar experiences, similar questions that you do. I'm sure there are quite the number of intelligent folk in Draconia that have been wondering and attempting to figure out exactly why it is that they were not able to reach their allies across the ocean just as we had. So rather than continuing and delaying this voyage a second time on another hunch, although the first one did play off well, I feel it is in the best interest of the mission and of the ship to continue as planned.
mm, you can see Era, I guess, contemplating biting her fingernail. I guess I feel I would have to agree with you there. But what if we can't find that source anymore? I mean, the ocean's vast, even charting the stars. What if we lose it and we get too far? And there's no resolution to it. If something that strong was able to stop and block communications, for me, that's a.
Well, I've given the navigator orders when he came to me with this information to chart to the best of his ability what our location was at the time, so that it would be able to find again, even barring that, something that could damper magic to such an extent and in such a way. Well, I'm sure that even without the stars, even without our navigator or his prowess in charting, certainly something like that would not be undetectable to, say, a group of adept mages.
So how's it going? Are they listening to you this time? Did they send you out? Are you in the meeting? I mean, using the bracelet, of course.
I'm gonna use a bracelet. No, I think I'm done here. It seems that we're still going to be setting course to reunite with the fleet and then head to Draconia, which I don't think is bad, but mm, maybe we should talk more in person. I'm gonna let the bracelet go. All right, well, I've taken up enough of your time, I think. If I have any more concerns, then I'll address them. Though I imagine you should take this, not that you haven't, but it's always important to be cautious and take things seriously. Even a hunch, even a coincidence.
He gives a slight nod, both to acknowledge your statement and to acknowledge that the two of you are done here. And his attention goes back to looking through things on his desk and organizing and putting them away.
I'm gonna go, I guess, look for Elevor.
Okay. Find Elifhorn not too far from where you had left her.
I think it's something that we should mention to the others when they wake up, but I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. Or that seems to be what the case may be, which I don't think is wrong either. It's kind of hard to tell in these situations. But I th- I'm sure that if we can come back for it, or we can look for it again.
Era,
Elevorn.
is your sister like you?
Like me? No, she's more mm, vicious.
Well, I mean, does she use magic? Like you can use magic.
Flip my hair. No. We all have our own professions.
Oh, see, I thought everybody in her family might be mages or something.
Oh no, just me.
That's really cool.
Oh, I know. Well, my brother is. Well, it doesn't matter. We can talk about that some other time.
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering if like magic works there. Like all magic, or like if magic functions there properly. I guess here would be there, right? Now, because we can contact them. So, I mean, I don't feel any different. But I guess I could try to use something.
I don't feel any different either, and it seems that the message was sent just fine. So as of, uh, I don't think there's a difference. Oh, we're apparently getting some sort of news. Once our shift, or rather my shift, is over. I don't know what it is, but as long as it's not dangerous, I don't really. Not to say I don't care, but with everything going on, I don't want more bad news for now. But expect the. Yeah, anyways, it's fine. Um,
So, the shift goes on. At the end of it, Daran, Nadadian, you guys wake up and begin to go about your normal routine. As you get to move up to topside, you notice that the deck is more crowded than you're used to. It doesn't look like the old watch had left their station, and the crew is beginning to congregate in the area of the ship just below the helm. The four of you manage to find each other in the time before the captain addresses the crew. You have some time, it seems. He's not yet come up to address the crew as of this moment, but it seems like people are being woken up, stirred from their racks, and being called to attend this all hands meeting. And see some individuals that had just finished their watch or sitting on the deck, and some of them beginning to doze off. So before you together, anything, or you just waiting for the captain to address?
Mm-hmm. I didn't have anything planned.
In that case, the murmurings and chatter begins to die down as the captain uh, approaches, takes his place behind the rail of the helm, and looks down and addresses everybody in the crew, and essentially speaks to being able to once again reach out and communicate with the rest of the fleet, and that the next week and a half or so is to reconvene and reform the other ships in the fleet to essentially make ready the final approach to Draconia. So, if you guys know that you have approximately 24 days estimated time until you reach land.
You're really difficult to hear for me. I don't know if anybody else is.
So,
Whenever the music rises.
hello, hello.
What's
Oh.
up?
Like, he sounds muted to me for some reason.
What's going
Like,
on?
muffled.
You
Yeah,
were like muffled.
Whenever the
going in and
music
out.
gets loud, it lowers your voice.
Oh, okay. Is that
Wait.
better? I just turned mine down on the Discord.
Maybe. I mean, you're not talking, so it's hard to
Well,
tell.
I am
I'm
now.
sorry.
So is it all right? What did you guys hear me? Like,
I,
what?
I wasn't sure if you were far from your mic or what happened there, because you were like sitting back a little too. So
All right.
I don't
So
know.
you guys are reconvening with the rest of the fleet. That should happen in about a week and a half's time. Total time from this point to reaching Draconia is about 24 days or so. Estimate maybe less, maybe more, depending on conditions. He does not mention to the crew at large that they're not able to magically communicate with the homeland. He doesn't mention magic much at all, just that they got in contact with the rest of the fleet, and the Falkmanloth is set to reconvene with the rest of the ships from the Empire, rejoin the formation, and make the final approach to Draconia together. And, well, that's it for what he has to say to the entirety of the crew at large.
So, you guys were asleep, but we saw a light that was like in the ocean. I mean, we've been kind of tracking it. I mean, Era and I and Fearin, you know, we were. Anyway, it's kind of weird, and we were on one side of the light, and we kind of passed it, and now we're on the other side, and like, well, I mean, you know, Era was able to contact her sister now because she wasn't before, but now she couldn't contact. I don't know who. I think she tried to contact Naval last night and couldn't. So,
That seems pretty weird. But I mean, what if Neville was just sleeping and didn't answer because of that?
Maybe. I mean, I can try again and see if I can send another message to somebody else and see if they respond. I mean, there's, you know, a bunch of people that I can try, but I only tried once because I'm trying to be mindful of my spells, but now I kind of wish I used them up, but whatever.
I mean, only if you feel like you want to try again. I mean, I don't want to force you, of course. It was just something that came up to my head that, you know, maybe what if they were sleeping, and I don't know how much of a heavy sleeper they are or anything. I don't even know what time it is over there.
I guess good time to find out. I'm gonna send a message to
I don't know anymore.
why did I pick Naval of all people? Isn't she like a heavy sleeper? Oh my god, fine. I'm going to try.
Subject.
I'm going to try. Oh my god, so many people, right? I'll try Nicola.
I have so many friends, it's hard to choose. Alright, so you're reaching out to Willowa.
Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, I guess as far as like the message, I'm just going to same thing I did with Naval, like test. Please respond if you can hear this message. Test.
Test. Alright. So, you reach out, you cast the spell. The spell casts successfully as far as it feels to you. No response. Minute and a half passes, no response. Doesn't seem like you're gonna get a response.
I'm gonna try again. Damien.
Alright?
It's gonna try everybody.
Everyone I know.
How's the library? Test. Don't
How's
answer
the
that.
library? No response.
Okay.
Well,
You hear Erin talking to herself and occasionally just that noise that she made.
did any of them work?
Obviously. Yes, that's why I'm so happy right now, Duen.
Huh. Well, I guess you could say that that theory is correct, that you can't contact anybody outside, so this is some weird of a bubble or something, I guess, that we're in.
I try again. Strokester. Test, respond. Please, somebody just say something.
No response.
Yeah, it doesn't work so far.
We're getting farther away, and it's like maybe if I used Windwalk or something, we could maybe go and come back. I don't know, probably not. It would probably take too long. But we could. You have the thingy you got from that lady in Vasselholm, right? So, like, we could have somewhere to rest if we went that way. But I mean, I don't know if we'd ever catch up with this boat again. But it's like if it works on one side of the light, not on the other. Maybe the light has something to do with it, but we are getting farther from it.
And it's infuriating because yes, we can come back, but it'll be weeks of no communication with the Empire. Maybe. I don't even know. I'm stressed.
What about other kinds of spells? Maybe not communication things, but would we... Well, we'd have to wait till we get to land before we can test it, but I'm curious if we can travel the way that we normally do. New plants. Trees, rather.
That is actually good. Yeah. It definitely would need us to land first, but I mean, if what Elvorn and Ada are saying, then also we probably should investigate the light also, because if that is at least one of the parts, I don't know if it's the single one or if there are multiple ones that do that, then I mean, we probably should investigate it.
I did try to speak to the captain yesterday, but it's not something that we can really delay or go back or stop. And that's a pretty good idea, Durand. You know, just saying, whatever. Anyways, I mean, there's no tree. There's a tree to, like, if we wanted to reach the Empire, but the problem isn't the Empire. The problem is the communication between here and there. And we're just delaying that if we continue forward, but if we can't even go back, it's not even our choice. And if we were, then we would be delaying meeting up and then going to Draconia, which we've already done. So I'm not, we're not really in the position. But I mean, if it's imperative, then I mean, I would even, I don't know. I could be an octopus, I guess, but like, I don't want to get lost and permanently be an octopus. You get me?
I would say if we can travel through the barrier with ease, like none of us noticed anything strange or weird or difficult about it, wouldn't it be more likely that there's not anything that we can do about the barrier from outside or near the barrier itself? What if it's more something, I don't know, what if its source is centralized somewhere that isn't the giant open ocean?
Yeah, it probably does have some origin point. Oh.
That is the point if it's a barrier. If it's else, would have already passed, right?
I guess it could be something underneath the water.
Well, whatever. I mean, we are getting further away from it, so we really should somehow decide if we either technically or whatever jump ship and try to get our own way back to Draconia, or we go to Draconia right now and then try to find something over there.
I think this in particular might be something we might have to stick with everyone else on.
You guys have your boat. You want to take it and use it? No one. You're
You
not
can
attached.
tell-
You're not attached to the
That's
crew.
true.
You have. You guys can do whatever you want. They're
Get lost at
planning
sea
to be on
together.
Draconia. If you guys decide that you guys want to take your folding boat and row off on your own, I literally probably cannot stop you.
Or I can dominate the captain and tell him to whip it around. Oh, easy. Never mind the other mages that. Oh gosh. Okay. I do feel it's important, and it technically saves. I feel it's important enough to not delay.
So, like, you guys keep saying delay and waste time. How we're going to go a week in that direction to come 2 weeks back in this direction just to see what this light is. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm kind of not at all in the know of everything, but this seems like it's probably something that we should look at. I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna go look at it. I'll catch up, or maybe I won't. I don't know. It's an ocean.
Oh well, I agree with Elevorn with this, and we wouldn't let you go alone. So if you'd like to go and investigate it, then I'm with you because I want to know what the star, not star thing is.
I mean, it's kind of I'm bothered. I have been bothered, and we're good. I don't know if I can. I wait. That can somebody contain me? Because if we're not going, I
Duran
don't
shakes
know.
his head.
Nope. I cannot contain Eleanor.
So we either what convince the captain or go off.
Yes, let's
Little
go
boat?
talk to the captain.
Okay.
So who's going to go talk to the captain?
Better be everybody. I'm gonna give him the gear. Listen. I'm hangry. I am cranky. I have lack of sleep. We need to figure this out now.
Oh, that I mean, it's gonna take us time to get to the light and then to Draconia from the light. Um, that is going to be an issue because with the food and water, isn't it? I don't think they would let us take food. I don't even know how much would fit on the boat. So, if we're taking the boat that we have.
Well, to be honest, it would be faster to travel probably through windwalking and then only take out the boat to rest. So we really wouldn't be carrying anything that we couldn't carry.
So what? Just drop into the ocean to take out the boat?
Yes. It's just water.
Sure.
No.
Salty water.
Tell that to my fear.
Tell that
That's
to
my
armored
thalassophobia. Just water.
Okay, so Era is at least going to talk to the captain. So once the captain finishes up his um, address to the crew, those that were on the overnight that are on the overnight shift pretty much just head straight to bed. And
Well,
see the
I would actually go with Era this time.
okay.
I would
Durand,
also probably go, yeah.
And Durand, I think that you are being dragged along or
Yeah.
attempted to be dragged.
Yeah, I most definitely probably
Alright.
am.
So the four of you, against taking 114% of Era's willpower, wait until the captain is finished with his conversation before the four of you approach. And it's just four of you, and the captain as he's at the helm. Huh. Era, Brand, Elvon, Neredion. I can see that you've not come by simply to say hello.
Captain Adriel. So hi. I'm going to wave a little bit. Or do I bow? I don't. I'm gonna bow a little bit. Not like a full bow, just like a slight bow. I don't know what this is.
Your Majesty! Now announcing His Majesty, your captain. All rise and give up a good round of applause for.
Okay, so I clap a little too.
What around there? All right.
Anyway, I'll just be like, so Arrow was saying that we're worried about wasting time. But like if it does turn out to be that this flight thing is important, we're like right here. I mean we're not right here. We're kind of like what, like 3 or 4 days at least, and then towards it because we weren't right on top of it. We were just going past it. But I mean, if we didn't even go to the light all the way, but if we just went back to test it to see if we can't contact the Empire, you know. And it just seems like to come back to this would be I don't know. I mean more of a waste of time than
It does
going.
seem to be the case, and were it the first such instance, maybe. We've already delayed this voyage, albeit for good means and for good reason. However,
My goal isn't to delay. It's just what if
I'm aware that that is not your goal. However, that's what it would be, even if it was for good cause, even if it was for good reason. That is not the current objective nor mission of this ship or voyage. We have to do what we were sent here to do. And it is my duty as the captain to this crew and to the Empire to accomplish that goal. Now, the four of you, as I said, are not directly under my command. However, so long as you are aboard this ship, the ship that has been entrusted to me to captain, I will be the one with the final say. I acknowledge that the information that you have brought is important, backed up by, I'm sure, your own tests and experiments, as well as what I have been told by the Academy detachment here, that there is something indeed odd with the communication situation. But, that being said, the last time that I redirected the ship's course for good reason, for good cause, concern, we ended up in a place, in a situation that we were not prepared for. And so, even if it does take longer, even if it does mean another month or so of preparation, followed by another month or so of journeying back to this point, If anyone under my command is to come back here, they will be prepared to do so. As much as I can be sure. I cannot stop you from journeying into the face of danger. You are doing so simply by being here.
Olivorn is just wreathed in flame.
Okay.
Because she activates her armor because she's just really mad.
Okay.
And the ship is gonna burn.
No, it doesn't. I'm not, it hasn't physically attacked me. I mean, sure, if Nimue comes up and punches me, yeah, I might take some fire damage.
If I may speak again, I understand that you get the final say, which is why we're coming directly to you. You're the only one that can make that decision. That being said, the mission is still going to be accomplished. The only thing I'm concerned about is to ensure that we have enough supplies. My suggestion is to not maybe take us all the way, but enough for us to be able to reach it without getting lost at sea. And I do feel, and I really stress that it's very imperative that we examine this. It's not just about communication, though that is the main cause of it, but that would still be beneficial to our reach in Draconia, I would feel. And even less of a delay if we take action now before we get farther than we already are. I'm not asking you to put yourself or people in danger, but enough for us to, at least us here, to do something about it. And we haven't failed before.
It also could be if we manage to go back, at least outside the barrier or whatever you want to call it, but we could send a message that, hey, there's this barrier and that people definitely can contact, and it's a star out here. Maybe they could send somebody out there from there to investigate it if we keep going back to Draconia after all. But it's a lot of things. And Olivorn, please, just, I think that fire is big dangerous.
Olivorn
She actually
turns into a bear instead. So she just kind of saunters off and sits down.
Oh my god.
That's a bit better. Thank you.
A bit
Yes,
better.
I cannot restrain nor detain you. I do not have necessarily the command over you, nor do I have the capability of doing so. I'm aware of that. At the same time, I not only have to think of the mission, I not only have to think of the well-being of my crew, but of all of those in the fleet that are on this voyage together. The rest of the ships that did not have the opportunity to resupply as we had. To delay them even further than we are asking them to simply so that we could catch up. They'll be running very low on their food and water. This course of action is already stretching it very close and stretching them very thin. I cannot afford even a single day's delay. So, that is my answer. If you wish to go, you may. And you will absolutely be welcome back aboard should you find your way back. But our course is set.
Guardian is just gonna look at everybody and. Hmm.
I mean, I understand, but I don't know. What's the biggest issue? Is finding our way back? Because I'm sure we can get there one way or another. It would just be a means of having to find our way back to the ship. Do we have some sort of remedy for that?
Well, I mean, aside from magic, assuming, the barrier doesn't block it in any way, maybe there are flares or something to indicate where they're pinpointed.
What if I leave something here and I locate it?
It's only within 1,000 feet, and I'm sure this is more than that.
Then
So it wouldn't
1,000 feet on the vast
water.
open, be able to see it within 1,000 feet.
Oh, well, I wasn't planning on. Well, it wasn't like see it. It was like
Scrying?
not scrying. Am I confused?
Well, you said like locate object, right? The
Yeah.
spell? Yeah, it has 1,000-foot range. And if you're,
Okay. I need
last
something
thing
on
is
a
if you
grander
are within
scale.
1,000 feet of the ship on the open ocean, you're probably gonna just be able to see it anyway. At least if you guys are like mist forming it.
What if
Maybe
we
not if
send
you're-
like an explosion, right? Or they send it, because we have some mages. But like to the sky. Not that, yeah, I know we're trying to be discreet too, but make it like
Every
I don't
night.
know. Of
Send up
yeah,
a
every night.
volley of fireballs.
I can imagine
Or
it.
if you see a fireball, send one up on your,
Well, I mean, we also have polymorph, right? So like we can turn into like birds and fly. The direction we fly in is completely random. What if I have communication with like the navigator and be like, tell me which star to look at.
Which star to follow? I know I didn't get it when you tried to explain it to me and I was there, but just do it over call. Hello? Is this star support?
Let's see.
I don't think there is anything. And Teleporn just kind of walks away from everybody else. I mean, we wouldn't be able to meet up with the fleet. The best I could do is maybe get us to your hometown, or if there's another location that I could see. But other than that, we could make it to Draconia, but we wouldn't make it to the fleet.
I don't know what you're saying.
Find the path. Won't work on a boat. I can't find a boat. I can find land. Something that's stationary, so I could find his village.
We can reconvene in Draconia then.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, if they're waiting off the coast for us, it's just... It won't really work. We won't be able to reconvene with this boat. And these people, we'll abandon them in search of this light. And that's the way it is. And I don't think I can do that. I can't leave Nimue. Just defend for herself.
Well, she wouldn't be defending for herself. She does have other mages here. And we have been...
I mean,
well, not practicing, but...
I'm the only one that has an oath here, so if I have to stay on board for you three to go investigate it, I can do that too.
We won't find you. I mean, I won't know how. I can't find this again. Like, I can't find that light, I don't think, either. Like, I don't have a way to. I don't know how to navigate the water. I mean, we could survive the water, definitely, but I don't. I mean, we could get to Draconia, but we would then be on our own. Like, we'll just be abandoning the fleet entirely in search of this light. So it's like there's not a good. It doesn't feel right. You know?
Well, we could always go back for it. Yeah, delayed, but it does seem to be. While communication is important, it's not dangerous at this time.
I don't think going back would be good either. I mean, maybe eventually we might have to, but
We
how do you
can.
prepare for a light underwater? What possibly could you prepare? Like, how do you,
Well, we can.
with no reconnaissance or knowledge or exact location that you're going into, just a rough estimate of months that you need supplies for?
Svenkrid
Well,
walks up. Good morning. Well, you all don't seem to be in the cheeriest of moods. Care to fill me in?
We have reason to believe that there's some sort of light barrier of some sort that was disrupting the communication, and probably more things between the Empire and Draconia.
Okay.
But the only way to investigate and try to stop it would be to delay the ship further from reaching Draconia.
So you guys want to fill him in on everything that you guys know, or?
Oh yeah, I can go into greater
Yeah.
detail. You can let him know everything. I'm not holding anything. Why would I ever?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to assume. So, okay. Well, I'm sure our brothers and sisters will be worried for us not having heard word, but Elevon. You were speaking on feeling like it would be a waste of time to head back, or how we could prepare for whatever this light that you had seen may be. To the two of you then that had seen it, and I suppose for everyone here, are we thinking that this is some sort of natural occurrence?
No, it wasn't stationary. It would come and go. Like, it would just appear for a brief amount of time and then it would disappear. I don't know what was causing it. It was in the water. You know, I
Well,
have.
we were to theorize.
I don't think it's an aquatic firefly. But it might be. It might be pretty big.
If it is causing some sort of disruption in, as you say, a barrier, well, not a physical one. I mean, I did not feel anything. You say we passed it last night, a couple nights ago?
Last night, they were able to contact Draconia and the rest of the fleet. That's what happened. That's what let us know that there was something weird. And the thing that changed is that we were coming towards the light. Well, I mean, it isn't steady, so, approximately heading towards it. And then we were in line with it, and then we were just past it, like it was starting to be behind the ship. And that's when they could contact the fleet.
So
But
I
before
suppose
that, we couldn't. We had lost contact with the fleet and assumed maybe something terrible had happened. And, like,
So
that
again,
could be the
do
thing
we
to
think
do.
this is,
Well, that's just it. It's nobody knows if we're okay anymore. Like, it's the same thing. There's no word.
And it's like, even if it was just to send word that from the other side of the light that we are okay, but there is some weird light, like Era had suggested, like I don't. And like Duran said, maybe when we get to Draconia, I won't be able to use trees. That would be weird. I don't know. Home won't be just a tree away.
That is difficult. But, well, if your goal was simply to travel back the way we came, I'm sure that that spell that you had that allows us to travel very swiftly would be able to move faster than the ship is currently going. And what you say? Well, so it's been like maybe about 5-6 hours since basically, Elevon and Era, you had your conversation and the meeting with the captain and all of that. If all you're wanting to do is head back that way and send a message, then head back. I would imagine it would be doable. The longer we continue forward, the less likely it would be, though.
Yeah, I realize that. I mean, the boat will be moving slower if I'm not on it, making it move faster. So, we would have that too. But there's no
I
way.
also.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say I didn't get any sleep, so there's that too. But it's just, I think it's one of those things we either do or we don't, but we have to decide where we take just.
But Elevon, you were concerned about preparation for whatever this thing may be, or the inability to do so.
Yeah, because that's what the captain was saying. That's why we can't go now, because
So my question then is, are we assuming that this is some sort of natural magical barrier, some sort of natural phenomena?
No, because it wasn't here before, right? You could contact
Yes,
Draconia.
so that means that somebody, something is responsible for it. Where are we assuming that this someone or something is?
Maybe they're on the boat.
Someone on the ship.
Not on our ship, but like a different boat. Like somewhere stationed out there, or maybe there's a small island. I don't know what's out there. I couldn't quite see, but it was underwater. Are there water boats? I mean, this is obviously a boat that goes on the water, but like underwater boats. I don't think that's I only know of animals.
They are resting at the bottom of the sea. I do not believe so. None designed to.
Well, I just mean like a
quite
whale.
counterintuitive to what a ship is supposed to be.
Well, that's why I thought maybe it was an animal, but I don't know of any glowy whales.
Glowy, magic-canceling whales.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it is. But that's also it. It's like, what could it possibly be? So that's why I was saying, like, using the excuse of, like, we would have to prepare. It's like, what are you preparing for? A giant aquatic firefly? I don't know.
I mean, obviously, you need food and supplies, and that is important.
I was thinking it would be maybe some sort of item, but that wouldn't make sense considering it was kind of stars. So would that just it to be a barrier? And then if that's the case, then the source may not be there. It may just be an area of effect on Draconia itself, which is pretty huge, really huge. So it might do us better to go to, I don't know. And it's not like I can dispel it from anywhere. I can't just point my finger into the air and say dispel, you know?
Dispel. Well, you can.
Oh.
You might not do it.
What?
Certainly point in the air and say dispel. It is 100% capable. Anyways.
Oh, well, actually, now that I'm thinking on this, it's like it would actually be really beneficial to rotate days and have one day where we're on one side contacting the Empire and one day where we're contacting Draconia just by traversing from one side to the other. But that would mean staying in the ocean.
You want to hang out at the whatever the line is, so that you could contact the Empire one day and Draconia the next.
Well, yeah, you could work as like a telegraph, like a station, because one day you'll be here, and then the next day you'd be on the other side and receive messages and then ferry the messages over. But that would be kind of limited, but it would be better than no contact at all. But also, this is like not exactly what I had in mind, because I don't imagine. I mean, maybe we could just get rid of it, but that really wasn't. I don't know, because I don't even have a way to tell them where we are. There's a lot of problems with this.
Maybe it's something we should come up with a plan for the next coming days, and then once we reach the mainland and we all reconvene, that's something we can bring up to the other ships.
Is it useful to let the Empire know that we're alive? Does that aid in anything? I think it would. Before they just send more ships blindly in search of us because they can't contact us.
It took them some time to put this expedition together. I would not expect any sort of reinforcements soon. And even if they did, at the soonest, if they were to leave today, they'd be 3 months away.
I still kind of also think that trying to get a message to the Empire would be useful. And yeah, it will take them a long time if they want to come to us or anything. It would take them a long time, but still contacting them would be useful, and then we could relay them at least that, hey, there's that whatever star, whatever you want to call it, and yeah.
I think that's fine if that's what we want to do. We can take some time out and go and come back. That shouldn't be too difficult.
What about a letter? Aren't there ships going back out to sea towards the Empire? In the meantime, we can. No? Oh, well.
That's the lanes
like
are
the
closed.
whole reason you're here.
Oh, right.
That is literally the definition of the reason you're here.
Well, you
So I
mentioned
think
oath too.
yeah.
So, I mean, we could also test the bracelets, because if the bracelets work on either side, then it's a different kind of magic, and maybe it's only certain types of magic that can't go from here to there, If one of us had to stay back.
Well, we don't all need to go to just send a message. Technically, it would just be you and Era.
Hera's sleepy. Technically, so is Alborn, I think. Maybe.
I mean, they could do it at night. If anything, wouldn't it be easier at night? It would be to find a light and to come back.
Travel, yeah.
Oh, but yeah, it'd be waiting too much time.
Maybe not. It's you guys' call.
Well, if we don't all have to go, then. I mean, I would still want to. But at this point, I'm also not going to deny a night's rest. Just saying.
Days.
Weeks.
In the day.
It's daytime. What night?
Not weak time.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty weak right now.
Then what's this talk of even doing this whole thing if you're completely exhausted?
Because it's more of a priority in my eyes. Oh, shit.
So, I guess question 1. Are you guys going after this light at all? Question 2, who is going?
I think from what I'm understanding, all we want to do is get over the barrier and notify them of this, confirm that that's what it was, and then come back.
Okay.
That could be misunderstanding.
Damien might be good to contact, right? Because he's at the library, and maybe he might know of something that could do this.
We...
Or maybe?
Yes.
Well,
We'd have to
go
spend
over
time.
if I was.
Yeah, I do agree that Damien could be one of the best options, at least, unless we think of somebody else, but absolutely Damien.
And how long are you gonna hang out on the other side waiting for him to do his research and get back to you?
No, it's Damien, because he can send messages too, can't he? Or not? But also he could
Not himself, but he can.
Well, he wouldn't be able to send a message to us if the barrier is still up, or quote unquote barrier. If we're already on Draconia's side, then his message won't go through. The same way we're trying to send a message out to the Empire, it's not going through.
Yeah, I just meant that he could start doing research and then he could find ways to contact people in the Empire and let them know. So it's just so that he could do his research, not that like he's going to tell us anything probably too useful, just that like, you know, he would be someone that if he knew about it, it might be really good, because I don't know if he'll know about it if we don't tell him. But if we tell him and then he tells the Empire, you know, he definitely knows to be looking for stuff about it for when we come back, because that's the first thing we do is contact him and be like, so it's been like 2 months because we had to wait 2 months to do this because people need to eat something other than good berries on ships. And
They're talking about the other ships, not your ship. Your ship is good. It's the other guys that didn't go onto an island and magic supplies through a tree to restock.
I know. But I'm still not entirely, you know.
Not happy with people having to eat and shit.
Ew, eating.
How dare they?
Disgusting.
Why don't they just have a bunch of clerics and paladins on board?
And druids and good bears, and that's it.
It does simplify things.
Right?
No, I do understand. And I said, other than the food, though, because it's like going into an unknown situation. That's really all I was saying before. It's not like I understand that you need food and supplies, but like what we're going into, we'll never really know, especially like if we don't try anything. Like if we travel and then I guess we'd have to go until nighttime and then try to see if we can see the light. Just travel as far as we can, you know, and then take out the boat and relax.
If this isn't some natural thing, who would benefit from severing communication between Draconia and the Empire? Surely not our allies in Draconia, and surely not the Empire. If this isn't natural, someone did this with intent, purpose, reason.
It is a weird reason though, because I mean, the magic seems to work inside the barrier and outside, but it blocks communication at least. It's just doesn't make sense.
I mean, if to block
Somebody's probably
communication,
got
then
a really noisy head. I mean, like, if you think about it, everybody who's sending a message over here, it gets stuck in somebody else's head in the middle. That would be crazy. They'd probably be crazy. It's a crazy person. I mean, really, though, think about it. What if you had, like, all these voices from random people, like, echoing around in your head who are, like, you know, trying to send messages from here to there? Like, if
what,
it was...
what are you saying?
I don't know, like when Era gets a message, it's like in her head, I think, right? So what if you
Sure.
had like
Why
a lap?
is this one person all of a sudden being like the operator for a?
Or counterintelligence. They're sitting in the middle of everything, just getting all the information and relaying it all.
Intercepting sending spells now. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if other magic works across the barrier. We don't have a way to try that. I mean, we can do the sending, but there's no way to test other magic, like, because it all seems to work. I mean, maybe there's a point in which where no magic works at all, period, but I don't think we found that, because I think we would have noticed that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we would have. This is really...
I think I'm speaking to everybody. I think I don't know if we've decided yet, but I think it's just better to go to the mainland and then work our way back here once we know that everything is at least seemingly well in Draconia. Because we also have not the navigator. Oh my god, I forgot the name. The Star Charter Mapper.
Yes.
They did.
Yavelda.
Yeah, Yavelda. There we go. Yavelda did offer to embark back at if stars, and we do have the chart that God is here or something like that. It's not like exact, but it will help going back if we need to go back there. But at this point, I feel that we've missed our opportunity to investigate it. Maybe not, but not recklessly, if that makes sense. And we have been preparing to ensure that these fleets arrive safely in Draconia. So that's all I really have to say on that.
Yeah, I think we should come up with a plan, and then, I mean, I'm sure we have more than enough people to spare, even if that means that we might have to have less people on land. We can at least establish some sort of connection with communication between the Empire and ourselves.
And it won't take 3 months. We're not going all the way back. We're only going to a certain point and seeing how we can go from there. So they'll get, hopefully they'll get some word from us prior to 3 months from now. You know, a few weeks out, give or take, I guess. Yeah, those are my current thoughts.
The only question I have is whether you still want to go send a quick message. Do you find that worthwhile? I'd feel safer knowing that before you did that than I wake up one morning and, you know.
So go back to send a message and no, come back.
Well, go back to send a message and come back. that something you two would be interested in doing? Or just save it for when we land?
Considering I use some of my spells, uh, I mean, I still have plenty to use, but did use just any messages that didn't go through. But if you feel it's imperative for them to know immediately, then I'm not coming back. I mean, I have ways. I have polymorph if I need to travel by sea and or fly, I guess. And I can still contact you. So if you remain on the boat, then a better chance of maybe making it to the boat before it lands to Draconia. I don't know. Is that something that you guys want me to do? I
Not
could do
particularly. No, I'm not interested in doing that. I feel like it's an unnecessary risk at this very moment. It doesn't feel great, but priorities.
Well, let you guys think on that for about 15 minutes as we take a break.
Nice.
See you guys in a little bit. So, on the subject matter of leaving the ship to venture back across the threshold of this perceived barrier, where do we stand?
I think it would still be beneficial travel out to send a message beyond the barrier. I could find that and see, give them time to research it and just, I guess, let them know that up until this point we're still okay. And then head either towards back and try to catch up to the boat or to meet and reconvene with everyone in Draconia. Now, my understanding is only of maybe 2 out of the four of us, or maybe 3 of us would go. I'm thinking maybe if we can convince one of the navigators, because there's 2 currently on ship, if I'm not mistaken.
There's a navigator and then like the subordinate to the navigator, yeah, but 2 people whose job it is to deal with the coursing and charting of stuff. Yeah.
Well, as long as one of us, with the bracelet stays on the boat, that should be a way to, help us, maybe. I mean, I don't know what communicating would do exactly, but. I mean, all of us could go too. It wouldn't be terrible to do that either, but. Basically, none of us other than Era can send messages, so that's, I guess, the benefit of having somebody on the boat who can, relay stuff back and forth.
Depending on when you guys go, I mean, Era, Elevorn, you guys have been awake for maybe 10, 11 hours at this point. You're not, like, pushing exhaustion, right?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking the sooner that we go, the shorter we'll have to travel.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Because, as you guys have been discussing, and, you guys have still been moving towards Draconia. So,
all right. So I will need the boat thingy, the foldable one, if I can borrow it, please.
Sure.
Does it fit in the bag of holding?
Fits in the bag of holding, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll put that in there. And then who's coming with me? Because I can't send messages back here, so it would be good if somebody stayed. I mean, I don't want to exclude anybody, but it would be really beneficial, because if we need to relay information to you, I don't have a way to do that other than the bracelet.
I mean, yeah, you're right about that. It's not a bad thing if somebody would stay behind because of the bracelets. And I mean, I kind of do want to come there also, but well, I don't mind staying behind, but
I think if Era will come with me, I don't know if she feels up to it. I know we're both kind of tired, but having somebody who could make sure that we don't, sleep for too long, or, if we do have to rest.
I have no objections with going. I'd rather decide sooner than delay it more, but I would like to go as
well. Trent, I think maybe you should stay on the ship, because it's still gonna go to Draconia, to your home, so you know.
That's fine. I couldn't think anyone better to protect the ship. You three can go.
Okay. So you have the foldable
Oh.
boat.
Do you think that you could tell the captain what we're doing? The intent is, at least on my part, to come right back, right, guys? So just, like, while we're gone or whatever, let him know that we have left, but we intend to come back.
Yeah, that's what I also kind of assumed that we would come back. Yeah.
Right. So there's not going to be any indicator like there could be at night, just so you guys are aware. You've only ever seen that light during the nighttime. Whether or not it's only, well, pretty sure it's not only effective at night as the whatever was stopping the communication that seemed to happen all the time. But as far as, knowing exactly how far you have to go to get across that threshold, you're not sure at this specific very moment in time. You could absolutely just send it and keep going and send spells occasionally until it works. That is an option. Is that what you guys are going to do?
Well, how many days or weeks has it been since we were able to successfully? Wasn't it just like last night?
It was last night.
Or something?
Pretty much, yeah.
So it shouldn't. I mean, yeah, to still find the pin. And then we've seen it
Right.
for how many days, or when was the first time? Do we haven't like?
First time that you guys noticed it was, I think, just under a week ago.
Okay. So that would be the time frame
First
we
time that
have.
you were able to get in contact with someone in Draconia or the fleet again was last night, specifically about 7 hours ago.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
well, if it's about 7 hours, then we would have to travel less than that, right? Because
Yeah, by
we'll
some
move
amount
faster than the boat.
you can absolutely windwalk is faster than what the ship is moving.
Nice.
Okay, so maybe if we're something like twice as fast as the boat. Are we twice as fast as the boat? We
Would you
could
like
try
to-
to test it.
Zoom, zoom, zippity zoom.
Zoom, zoom, zippity zoom. Alright. So are you going to try to test your speed comparatively to the boat?
I don't know how. Just, this is.
You want to just so you're gonna cast windwalk, and just kind of eyeball it, like
I mean, being the person who's moving, how could I? Like,
someone else maybe could.
No,
I don't know.
I don't know.
How fast was that wind moving past us? Maybe punch yourself into the sails and see how fast the boat speeds up. I don't know.
Rips the sails.
That was an accident. Oh my goodness. I didn't mean to do that. Just slow the boat down.
Oopsie whoopsie.
Whoopsie poopsie.
No,
I mean, have Era do it. She's an intellectual type, maybe. Just
Maybe.
Era knows magic, but does she know math? I don't know. The academy was more than magic. You started off in the academy. The academy does more than just magic. That's like a whole different branch of it. They do the whole university schooling stuff, and that's actually how you started in the academy when you were first brought into it.
Not stargazing, for shame.
The not stargazing. I should have
Yeah,
known.
not the. She
I
wasn't.
should have done it all.
Yep.
We paddled the boat, right? We have someone hug the boat hug the boat from behind and just
Hug the
paddle their
boat?
feet at super speed and just zoom.
What if you turn into a big whale or something and just pull the boat?
Pull the boat. I don't think that's gonna tell you how fast you can move.
Let's see.
This has kind of gotten entirely too complicated for me. I don't know anymore. Like this is just being honest. Like me as a player,
All I was saying is, did you guys want to try to test it? Testing it would involve casting the spell and having somebody just, fly around and try to see how fast they are compared to the ship, and there's probably going to be a roll involved. So it's really just who do you want the person to try to gauge the speed of your wind walk versus the speed of the ship?
the lookout. Yeah, it'll take like what 4 minutes to do this. It's fine. We have time to do this.
Yeah, but it's like, how do you see wind? It would have to be one of you guys that's actually in the shapeshift that is like saying, how fast am I moving comparatively to how fast the ship is moving?
I mean, I don't know if you want someone who didn't sleep that often. I mean, I'm willing to do it, I guess.
You're not exhausted yet. You still have quite a while before you start to hit exhaustion.
All right, so yeah, let's test it out. Drums.
All right. So you're casting it on everybody, Elevorn, even though only the 3 of you are going to be going. Just give it to Dadan just in case.
Yeah, sure, why not?
This is actually smart. The least athletic person gets to test how fast she goes, and then you guys will just be faster.
Who said I'm not athletic?
I was talking about myself, but
Oh.
That's not exactly how this spell works either. It's not.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Wind is not athleticism.
Your speed as wind does not correlate to your athleticism, no. Anyways, you casting the spell, Elevorn?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Elevorn casts the Spellevorn, and you guys Era, you take the minute to shapeshift into the mist form. Do a couple of goes around in the ship. You head off the back end of the ship and let it get a good distance away before full speed, and you kind of quickly begin to close distance and pass the ship. You make a couple more passes doing so. You do this for about 5 minutes or so. Go ahead and make an intelligence check. Natural 1. Somehow, even though you caught up to the ship, you come to the conclusion that you were in fact slower than it.
24. 24.
How much?
24.
24. All right. You are pretty confident that in this form you're approximately 3 times faster than the ship.
Three times?
3 times.
Crazy. I can't do proper math, so it's like 3 whole hours. I mean, I guess I'll relay that information to them. Yeah, pretty fast.
Pretty fast. How fast are you? Pretty fast. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Sarah. Didn't know that before.
So then it's like 3 hours back,
Yeah.
approximately, and then 6 hours back this way, maybe, or I don't know, 4 hours.
All right. So, Era sits down and does the math real quick. And it's been a while since you've done equations like this that aren't involved in, that aren't runic equations involved in spell casting. But assuming the ship continues its current course and speed, getting back where the ship took about 7 hours to get back would take you approximately between 2 and 3 hours to get back to where you had first sent that message to your sister and it had gotten through. And then by that point, the ship is continuing to sail forward. So it would take longer than that 2.5, 3 hours to get here. So about 2.5, 3 hours has an additional about hour or so on your part. So it would be about another 4 hours or so to catch back up to the ship. So round trip, about 7 to 8 hours. So it would be pushing, depending on how long you guys stay over there, depending on how accurate you are, it will be pushing the duration of the spell, of which 5 minutes has passed. By the time you're done with all these calculations, about 15 minutes has passed.
Oh my god. So you said about 8 hours, give or take. I'm gonna give it like
round.
7,
Yeah,
8
somewhere
hours.
between 7 and 8.
I'll tell them 9.
Okay.
So we will have to stop and recast, and we'll be kind of pushing it. Okay.
But it is doable. Possibly. I don't know. I like these chances.
So you guys going?
Yeah, but first we're gonna have like the colors of the wind moment where like Elborn swirls around. Like, there's no leaves though.
He's gonna shred some paper and toss it.
Litter!
Letter, no. It's biodegradable.
Oh, okay.
I was just
Okay.
thinking that'd look cool. You know?
So, Era, Elevorn, Netadion, you turn into your mist form, Dadan. You see them dissipate into mist, and with a gust and a breeze around you, they're off, back in the direction that you would come. So, with Era leading the way, keeping track of time as best as you guys can, you travel for half an hour, an hour. By that time, looking back, the ship is out of sight. Nothing around you but the wide, vast blue ocean. Hour 2 passes. Do you continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Continuing, zoom forth. Top speed, 2.5 hours.
Okay. Do I try sending a message?
That's the question. Are you stopping now? Do you think 2.5 hours is enough?
I mean, we could try, right? I know you only have so many spell slots, but
Oh, it's okay. For this, as long as we don't encounter any krakens, I think we'll be. Okay, I'll attempt to cast it. Obviously, mending. Who knows? Message.
Mending? Cast the mending spell.
I will try to contact Damien.
No
Okay,
wonder
so-
she's getting any messages back. She's just casting mending.
Yeah, I misread my handwriting. I thought it said sending. Cast a mending spell. So can you cast spells while Windwalked, or are you guys plopping into the ocean and pulling out the boat?
I don't think so. That's why the boat was.
Oh, so okay. If it requires dropping what we have, then I would rather travel a bit more.
Well, we can resume the form. It's not.
Oh,
You know, we can
okay.
shift back and forth.
Yeah,
But
it
it
just
has
takes
to
a
be
minute to
flopping.
shift back and forth.
Okay. And we're 2.5 hours out.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll try them.
Okay, so you guys are changing back. So hovering over the rolling ocean waves, you guys begin to reassume your physical forms before dropping kersplash into the ocean.
I hope he can swim and cast. Is that a feat?
Swimcast? No, I don't think so. Elevorn fishes the. You take it out of the boat, or you guys just.
Just
Hey,
floating
damn you,
in the
bro.
boat.
Just ride the wave.
Yeah,
just
I'll get
float.
out the boat because it'd be hard to concentrate and do what she needs to do. Like that's
Mm.
unreasonable.
Is that a challenge? No, I'm just kidding. Just get out the boat.
Is that a challenge? I'm casting it right now.
We wouldn't know if it failed because
No,
you're
Horn doesn't
drowning
think I
or
can do it.
or because the magic isn't working.
Or we should also try the bracelet at the same time. Just curious.
Okay. So, you take out the box that contains the folding boat. Do any of you remember its command word?
Oh,
Oh shit. I don't.
where is it?
Hey Durant, what's the boat's
Hey,
command?
what?
We're drowning.
How the hell?
Notepads. I wonder if I put it in the other website.
Oh
Damn.
no!
That was a while back.
It was a while ago.
Let me see. Did I put it in the other one? Dice Cloud. How do I get to the regular one?
Oh. Well,
Ah.
rips and
We didn't need them anyways. I say the command word is Shabalala Bing Bong.
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Bing
Delete.
bong is the command word?
Shabalala Bing Bong.
Shuffle off of ping pong. I honestly don't remember the command word.
I don't either.
I don't know if I ever gave it to you guys, if I'm being honest.
I don't
It should have one, and
Yeah.
I think that the old lady, she probably did say something before tossing it out. Would I even, like, link to you guys the folding boat?
It's not in Google Docs as far as I can see.
No, it's not. Was it in, like, the chat here? Because I...
Try searching for it. But then again,
Oh, you hate us.
those are
Yep.
changed, so I don't know if it's gone.
No, I don't see it. Alright, so... What are your command words for the folding boat? We'll establish that now. We will retcon and say that, obviously, Durand wouldn't be so careless as to send Elevon off with the folding boat without being able to, actually use it. Why would he ever?
Right.
So,
Also, what are the terms for using it? Because I don't even know. This might not work. Like, wait a minute.
what do you mean? What are the
Enough.
terms for using it?
Like, I don't know, like, how often you can fold it. And how
Oh.
often, you know what
No,
I mean?
you can just do it.
Okay.
So, one word causes it to unfold into a boat 10 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 2 feet deep, with oars and anchor, a mast, and a lateen sail. Can hold up to 4 medium creatures comfortably. The second unfolds into a ship 24 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 6 feet deep. Has a deck, rowing seat, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, an anchor, a deck
Oh
cabin,
my.
and a mast with a square sail. It can hold 15 medium creatures comfortably. Or you could turn it back into a box that is 6 inches wide, 6 inches deep, weighs 4 pounds, and floats.
The box floats. Of course.
Yeah.
That's the necessary form we need.
For a small creature that doesn't need a ship or
Yeah.
boat. It's just,
Yeah.
A kobold at sea.
Just floating in a box. One kobold and a dream. So, what are your command words? Boat, ship, and box?
Boat, ship,
Passwords in the worst passwords in history? Because at this point, I will hold you to the command word. So think, choose wisely.
Password. Just password.
It's password? Hold on, wait, I've got this. Nah, that doesn't make any sense. Unless.
Make it a pun.
Oh. Jirik. What the fuck?
What are you Googling?
No, there isn't a word for that.
Are you trying to find a draconic version?
Yeah. Jirik and Druid.
Draken Druid?
Draken Druid.
Draken Druid. Is that for the boat or the ship or the box?
The boat and then the ship.
Ah, Draken for boat. Druid for ship. And how do you turn it back? Into a box.
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 Perfection.
Draken, Druid, and box. Alright, excellent. So, Elevorn, you fish the box out of your bag of holding. Riding the waves as best you can.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be good. What Max just said in the chat.
Hold on. Are we changing the command words?
No,
Someone
just-
type
No,
it
I
and
just-
pin
I'm
it.
not sure.
No.
That's cheating! No.
Well, I was gonna say that, like, if it like, I could just drop into the water myself first, you know, because it would be easier to not lose
Yeah,
everybody.
Sure.
Because I can wild shape, you know.
I don't think that's it, but.
Draken Druid.
So which is which? Like, I
It's
don't
in
have.
the chat.
Okay, never mind.
Boat, ship, box.
The boat is the smaller one, the ship is the larger one.
Would we have need for a larger thing? I mean, I should know this, but I don't really understand the dimension.
No.
Like, you know.
The boat can hold 4 people, the ship can hold 15. There's really no difference, there's no limit to.
Ship if we want some space between us sometimes.
Ship's probably, also maybe better at handling rough seas should you encounter them.
Okay, yeah, we'll do ships. So I'll say druid.
All right.
Appropriately.
The box unfolds, and you're kind of pushed back out of the way of its expanding space as this large ship just transforms and emerges from the small box that you had withdrawn from your bag of holding.
Wow.
Just sitting there, bobbing on the ocean. Era, Netadion, you land on the ship itself and change back. Elevon, you manage to make your way up the ship and onto the deck, and it's not as big as the Felfnimloth, but it is very spacious for especially only the three of you. And you can feel the ocean and the waves much more than you could on the larger Nimue. So, Era, you are reaching out to Damien now with the sending spell?
Indeed.
Okay, so you cast the sending spell. What are you saying?
All right, let me actually think this instead of saying test.
Test. Hello, test. Respond. How's the library?
Sorry, I'm laughing. I don't know. Like we're in the middle of the ocean.
We're in the middle of the ocean. Send help!
No,
Okay.
not that. You just say we've reached a point in the ocean and we stop being able to communicate with you, but we can communicate with the Draconia and have contact.
Hi, Captain. That's perfect.
Captain Elevon.
Aye, Captain.
Couldn't need a hat.
All hail!
Oh yeah, I can't forget to bow.
Yes.
So yeah, I'll send a message to Damien. Same, pretty much what Elgor said. Testing, we've reached a point in the ocean. Testing to see if we can reach
Testing.
Empire. Well, no, Damien. Just like that. I forgot what she said. Listen, I'm tired, okay? Don't stress me. I'm just saying. I can send more. I'll leave it at that.
And that's the end of the message.
Excellent.
And then you get a response. Oh, well, if this is simply a test on whether or not you're able to reach out to me, I can assure you I've received your message, as cryptic as it was. Is there anything that you would like me to do?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm jumping up and down. I was like, it worked.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
Very good. Very, very good. Awesome. So it is. I mean, it was. Okay, so how do we tell him? Like that we saw a light in the water, and we were on one side of the light, and we could contact the Empire. And once we crossed over, we could only contact Draconia. Like we've made
Okay.
contact with the fleet.
Okay, I think I got it. I'm gonna send another spell.
Yep.
Where we've currently reached a point. Fuck. I'm sorry.
Send that to.
No, okay.
We
We
currently
currently
reached the
no.
Send it.
Wait, no. Wait, no.
I had it all in my head and now I can't get it out.
The light. The light?
Oh, right. We're testing to see if there is a barrier that's blocking communication towards Draconia. When past this barrier, we are able to communicate with them, but not towards the Empire. Hence, middle of the ocean. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be here all night.
Alright. A response comes back. That is odd. I've heard and am privy to certain types of warding magics that could, on a very local level, do something like that, but that is a scale that I've never seen nor heard of before. Hello.
I'm gonna send another one.
Mhm.
I have a theory that it could possibly be an item. Now we're not sure if it's located within the ocean or maybe Draconia. We just know that there is some sort of barrier.
A light.
That,
You didn't tell
A
them
what?
about the light in the water.
oh, right, there's a light in the water that we saw at night at specific times. So once we passed that by the boat, then we were able to communicate with Draconia. But then now we're back on the other side of it, or presumably the other side, to communicate with you. End message.
End message. If you want, I could. I assume you've already reached out to your friends in the academy, but I could begin work looking into this. It is intriguing, at the very least. Though, if what you say is true, I don't see how I would be able to relay any of my findings.
Oh, I forgot to tell him it's also just to let people know that we're okay. Which I'll do, I guess, in my next message. Hold on.
Are you marking off all these spell slots?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good.
That's me talking to Elderwood and Mary. What about the bracelet? Can we communicate with Durand? From this side, since he's, other side.
I'm gonna test it. Durand? Hello?
All the way back on the Falfenham Loft. Durand. Few hours have passed since you watched your friends disappear as wind. What have you been up to?
Pacing back and forth on the boat.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Yeah. You're doing that, and unsure where they are. Time passes, and it gets to the point where you are sure a few hours later, maybe even a little more, if what Era had said was right, then they absolutely should have made it to that threshold and crossed it by now. But you've not heard word. And so you continue pacing back and forth. Era, Elevorn, you hear Nedadion's voice in your head and aloud via the bracelet, and all three of you sit and wait in silence for a moment, but get no response from Durand.
I know he doesn't always respond to that messages, but
Thank you for the attention to detail.
This is a moment where he wouldn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he would wait.
Yeah.
You know, he would want to.
Because he agreed to stay there and everything, and so that we could communicate. So yeah, that proves it, and we just can't send any messages outside, from this side to there, and
now that we've tested the theory, it's no. we can ask him, and I can also send another, at least the academy members, just to let them know the situation as well. So, like you said, they can try to do research in the meantime until we could figure out how to get communication back up. And that's really all we have. I don't think we're looking to stay past that now.
No,
Unless-
just to
Oh,
make
okay.
sure that they know. How long did they say it would be?
What do you mean?
Like our best guess. Like we're gonna go back to the boat, but the boat is gonna travel like, it'd be
To get
24
back
days
to the
to
boat?
Draconia. No, I meant before we would come back to be in contact again, so they don't. So
Well, it would be about 3 weeks there, 3 weeks back if you went there and then immediately came back.
is that worth telling him? Do you think, or like, just so that they would have a time? Oh, just so they aren't expecting to hear from us again soon. That's the main thing.
I think it would be wise to say that, if we're going back, so it's just not like, hey, what is going on, because they can't reach us. I mean,
we can give a bigger estimate just to kind of cover bases, take a little bit longer. So if we're not coming back right away, 2 weeks, 2 months? Oh my god. Sorry, just the realization kind of hit me.
Yeah, it's a while, and that's why I wasn't too enthused about this approach, but it's better testing it than doing absolutely nothing. And I'm very grateful for your magic in this instance. I mean, without you, we would be, without a paddle, basically.
And you're walking, and this boat, Captain.
I'm the captain. I don't know how to captain.
So what was it? 2.5 hours point, was it? From wherever we were on the ship?
That was to get here.
Right,
Since
when
then,
walking.
The boat has continued, yes, but since then the
That's
boat
fine, yeah.
has continued, so yes. So it's
No,
gonna take
but that
longer to
means
get back.
longer to get back, but not longer to communicate back to the boat. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, if it takes 2.5, maybe we can try it in an hour to see what the time frame with the barrier. I don't know, just an idea. It's just more to let Duran know that we're
She's trying to.
on the way back.
Oh, look at that! You're trying to ease Duran's stress that you are unaware of. So cute.
Wow.
Wow, never mind. Fuck him.
Fuck.
Well, I mean, yeah, Elvon was already thinking, like, after traveling for a bit, she'd probably just drop in the ocean and, like, hey, we're okay. We contacted them when we're on our way back, Not anything long, until it works.
So then I guess let me actually thoroughly, because at least because I only want to send 2 more messages out. I can send more, but one towards Damien again, and one towards somebody else. Kind of like shorten everything I've sent to Damien in one nice, concise message. I need some thinking.
So, what are you sending to Damien? Like, what, not to expect anything, because for a while.
Well, yeah, I guess to give an estimate, could be more or shorter, but we can say what did we say, 2 months? Because I know it's like 3 weeks to and from, right, give or take. Well, 3 weeks there and then 3 weeks to get back if we wanted to come back right away. Is that what it was?
Basically, yeah. If that's you get to Draconia and you're like, all right, let's just immediately turn around and head back here. Yeah, it would be about 3 weeks there, 3 weeks back.
I feel like we somehow just end up finding.
Well, it wouldn't have to be us that came back. We could, they might send a detachment of mages to come back out and be a communication point. Might not be us, but we will be out of contact.
for at least that amount of time, probably.
Okay. And then we would just have to tell them what it's 3 weeks away from Draconia because there's no real pinpoint to give at this
Nope.
Yeah.
time anyway.
Well,
Without
yeah.
communication, we can't even communicate. Okay.
Well, he said we're about 24, 25 days away, so you could just tell him that.
Okay. All right. I'll send another message to Dan.
Okay. Relay all of that. He acknowledges and when I hear from you again, hopefully I have some answers. This is interesting. And who's the other message going to?
I'm thinking it would be beneficial to tell one at the academy. Do you mean to message Isaiah for you, Neri?
I mean, I can, but isn't it just... I mean, you could do it too, or you could send it to somebody else, but... Because, I mean, it's just putting the spell in the ring and then me sending it instead of you just doing it automatic. I don't know, but I mean, I can do it, yeah.
I was suggesting to send it for you, just let him know that you're okay. But
sorry.
I mean, if you want to talk to him, that's totally understandable.
You
I'm just
give one
you
sentence
know.
and then get one sentence back.
It's fine. You can do it.
Well, if you contact someone at the academy, that could also contact Isaiah there. They can send messages to us, so you don't have to use all of your spells. So if you include that in your request, I mean, I know they have uses for their magic, but this is kind of extraordinary. I don't know. It's a circumstance.
It's a circumstance. It certainly is one of the circumstances
It
of
is.
our time.
It is something that can happen in existence.
I don't know. There's this big word for it, and I don't remember the word right now. So
Words are hard.
That is true. Who's the message going to? Speaking of words are hard, our resident expert at sending messages, Era, where is this one going to?
I think I'm just gonna send it to Willoa then.
Okay.
And then just give a shorter description of where we're at. How long it'll be until we can attempt another contact again. And to see if they can, in the meantime, just find out more information regarding barriers of this magnitude, considering it's covering all of Draconia, not just like, small things.
All right. Laura responds. Not much sentiment in her message, as her response is pretty much cram-packed with important information. Essentially, she tells you that she will send this up both with the academy, and she's sure that it's going to eventually reach the ears of those in the capital, especially considering what this means. This means that it wasn't the case of, everybody in Draconia having been, that their contacts being killed and not responding, but something else at play here. So figuring out who or what wanted to sever connections between Draconia and the Empire, as well as figuring out how to undo it. And gives you the last two words of her message to you are "good job." And that's it. I'll rank up in no time. Any other messages? How many spell slots do we even have left? Probably plenty. But is that all that you guys wish to do on this side of the threshold, the barrier, as you say, the whatever it may be? As you have drifted a little bit since you've been on the boat. Hard to exactly say how much, though.
We need to invest into an anchor for this.
Oh, there is an anchor.
Oh.
It comes with an anchor.
Drop the anchor.
Drop the anchor.
Drop the anchor.
Anchor
Captain,
away.
what are your orders?
Captain.
Captain!
Captain!
Captain.
Please.
I need to
Order
post
up,
that.
Captain!
No one here understands what the.
I don't.
I got you. I got you.
Anyways, are you guys ready to head back or attempt to?
What time of day is it?
Close to noon.
Damn. Okay.
Are we ready? I mean, is there anybody else you have to contact? Or, I mean, you know. We're good, or?
I think we did everything we wanted to do. It would have been nice to go at night. Or I
You
publish
want
what
to
we.
spend the day here? You wanna wait?
I mean, Captain, up to you.
Captain.
I could.
Weigh anchor.
Not weigh anchor, but. I mean, do we want to stay on this side of whatever barrier there is? Or try to, or.
I don't really know. I mean,
We could start sailing towards the direction we came from, or hopefully the direction we came from. I mean, the sun moves through the sky. It was there. It's kind of on the same side.
This is great. Yes, please try to navigate.
Just close your eyes, spin around, point somewhere. I'll take a nap, I believe. Don't do that.
I believe.
Well, I mean, I could do the whole wind thing here and try to push this boat faster so she could rest.
That's fine. I mean, if stake out, then I'll rest. But otherwise, I can just push through. I'll be okay. I've been in worse conditions, I'm sure.
What are you guys doing?
Captain.
Captain.
All right, to get us a heading, I'm going to take out the runes and use find the bow.
Towards?
His village.
Towards Duran's
That's
village.
the
Are you
only place
familiar
I
with
have
it?
on. That's the
Wow.
only thing I can do.
I mean, I could try flying and see if I can see sky. How's the sky looking? Is it clear? Is it cloudy?
It is mostly clear.
I fly.
You fly.
Right. Wouldn't I can try to maybe see the boat or ship? 2 hours out. Keep going up. I don't know.
3 hours out, and that's
3
3 hours
hours.
of you going this way and 3 hours of it going that way.
Oh fuck.
So that's why I was using find the path, so we go at least towards Draconia. But whether it's towards the boat or not, just a vague heading. Draconia is this way.
We could
Knows
say
you-
there's a giant, not a giant, but like a relatively well-sized golden drake doing circles around the boat as far out as it can go.
Okay.
Nice.
Because
So-
Gildy is looking.
Gotcha. Not visible from where you guys are right now. So, take out the runes, the stones that you use for find the path, and they point you in a direction as you focus on Duen's village of Ulhar Arx. Are you sailing or are you picking up the boat and wind walking?
Well, I can't do both. Like, I was gonna get a heading and then, put it away and wind walk probably.
Okay.
But I wasn't gonna try to wind walk and it doesn't work.
Gotcha. Okay. So, you guys turn back into wind, Elevorn. You put the boat away. You have the heading in your head, and you guys take off following Elevorn. Travel for an hour, 2, 3, 4. I need either Netadian or Era, or both of you, to make a perception check for me.
No, not me.
Okay.
Jeez.
Ah, bueno.
Netadian,
Are you
make
sure?
a perception check. Era, make a perception check.
Okay.
How to watch it?
Bueno. Just know it's not my fault. I rolled a 2.
Great.
Thank you.
Netadian,
So what did you want me to roll?
perception, please.
Perception? Why? I said no.
I said no.
It
close
requires
mouth.
eyes. You have to see.
I can't see.
I can't see. I'm legally blind.
Yeah, you all know I can't see. Okay, fine.
This is gonna be your nat 20. Relax.
No, it's not. It's 10.
Oh, not
10
bad.
total.
Better than 2.
The average. It's better than Era, who just noticed the water.
We're at sea?
Wow.
Oh, wait, we are on sea.
Holy shit, where all this water come from? So, you guys are traveling, and it does not appear as if the course that you have taken was the course that the ship had taken. And the Elevorn, you have a sense of your spell, and it's about to wear off.
Wait, can't you talk to like fishes to see if there's a boat that passed by or something? Maybe. I don't know. Just maybe birds in the sky that I don't see right now.
Maybe Birds, like 3 weeks away from the nearest land, no problem.
We're resident Durand.
Fish birds.
We have to land. I mean, we're going to fall out of the sky. I think it'd be better to land than fall out of the sky.
Yeah. From. Yeah. I don't want to really fall into the water. It probably can hurt.
So I'll get the boat out.
Alright, boat comes back out again, or ship, whichever. At this point in time, it is mid-afternoon when you guys land on holding ship and revert back to your physical forms. Durand, it's been about 8 hours, little less, with no word.
I know they fucking hate me. Oh. Let's try using the bracelet. I could use it.
Yeah, you do have a bracelet and you can use it, yes.
Okay, so I'll talk to it. And I'll be like, so anything, any word yet? Or
So you guys hear Durand feel the bracelet.
Era was able to contact them, but the only heading that I had to go off of to head back towards you was, well, your village. I I don't know if I'm headed the right way.
But we are heading away.
Well, it's
heading
towards
away
home.
is bad. You wanna head this
No,
way.
away. We're heading away. Away. You know.
Yeah, that's bad. That's you gotta head this way.
This is what the sky looks like, and I'm gonna hold up, like, kind of with the sun. You know, I'm facing towards your village, and then like the.
It looks.
Do I see some stars? Can I grab a star person?
No, it's the middle of the afternoon. There are no stars. There's one star that you can see in the sky, and it's a big old sun.
Fuck.
You're not staring.
Wait,
the sun.
that can help. That can help.
Yeah, it can.
The position. Well, what Elevorn is showing you, the position of the. Looking up at it. The sun looks to be. So, Elevorn, the sky that you're looking at is mostly clear, like Era had noted before. There are a few wispy clouds that are just scattered about. One that is sort of off to the left of the sun a bit, but not impeding it at all. But for the most part, Durand, very similar to the sun that the sky that you're looking at. The only difference being that from where you are, there's just a slight covering of the sun by a cloud.
What if I tried using like sleet storm? See if they can see it in the distance. No? Oh.
What's that, a 20-foot radius?
Who knows? Maybe we're just blind. I mean, it's a 120 feet radius, which isn't a lot, but it's more than 20.
Okay, driving a boat. Okay. Could you show me where you are and maybe I can try to
Okay. I'm sorry. I will hold down the bracelet button to show.
So I go to the helm or whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's called.
Captain Oliver.
Captain?
Spin the wheel in a direction.
You spin the wheel in a direction. Right now, you're kind of just at the you have no propulsion at all. There are rowing seats with oars. You
Oh.
have a sail that is currently not raised.
Okay, well then I'll do that. That would be stupid to go to the helm. Yeah, I'll do that. I didn't know that wasn't out. I thought it came out like poof, and
It came.
I just.
Elephant goes and
I'd prefer to think she went and she did all that,
make
and then they're on those
make an aquatic vehicles check.
ooh,
Let's see, knowledge of sailing. That is definitely something that comes with intelligence. That you don't really just feel out sailing, I don't think.
yeah, well that's a 14. Better than the average.
Oh, better than average.
Well, I subtracted my intelligence from it. It was a 16. So
Okay. So, from being on the ship, just from kind of osmosis and observing, you are able to hoist the sails and get them appropriately tethered down. Now, getting behind the ship, the wheel of the ship, is a different thing. You catch some wind and you spin the wheel in a direction, just a direction.
well, I'm not sure what's gonna happen when I turn it to the right or when I turn it to the left. I don't know if the boat just goes the way you turn or if it's opposite or
It does.
okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
no
guess I would
inverted
try to do
controls
that
on this
first.
ship. It's alright.
I don't know how it all works. Like there's like the rudders underneath and like when you know. Whatever.
Whatever system, however it's connected, probably is done so in a way that makes it so when you turn the wheel one way, it makes the ship go that way.
Okay, well I would try to do that.
Okay, so you get a feel for it, and it's a bit lurchy for all three of you, as you probably overdo it in some ways, and I go, okay, I don't need to go that crazy, as you try to get a feel for exactly how to steer this ship.
But it could be fun if I go that.
Yeah, could be.
No, it's fine. Yeah, but that would absolutely happen. Yes.
So, all right. So far, so good.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Metadion era, you watch as Elevorn just goes full sailor captain mode.
rise to my title.
Nimue's captain should be worried at this rate.
Mutiny.
Go take back my boat.
You know what, guys? What if we just became pirates? What if we forgot this whole thing and the three of us just became
Yarr.
pirates? Let's not go back.
Sorry, Durand.
Sorry.
We're keeping this. We're
I'm sure we
going.
could take them. We know exactly where. I'm sure we could take them. Metadion, get on it. Start painting the sail. This is big old Jolly Roger.
Okay. Wait, we don't have paint.
You don't have your paints? Ah.
I have some paint.
Yes.
Not that much paint though.
I'll just paint the tiny ones.
A little one like this big on the sail.
For now.
But now, when it'll expand, it'll be like a collage by the time it's done. Where are you?
I'm going to in the direction of the sky, trying to make it look like it does on the bracelet.
Like, I don't know.
Okay, so Duran sky had a cloud that was partially covering the sun. Your sky does not. So you're moving towards that cloud, basically, to try to get it in front of the sun.
Say the word captain, and I'll launch something into the sky. But until then, I'm sitting.
So, Era is sitting. What's Neredion doing?
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to see if I can do something to help, but I don't know what. So
Do
I'm just-
you have a slingshot, Neri, by any chance?
No, not unfortunately. I do have a crossbow though. I don't know if that would work. You can kind of technically say it's a slingshot, you know. It
See, I just don't know if it'll explode on impact like right away or if I'm looking at Autolic's freezing spear. Maybe shoot that to the sky. I don't know.
Elevorn, make a perception check.
Well, did you wanna try whatever you were planning to, Era?
Nah, not yet. I'm afraid we'd break the boat or something.
Break the boat. Let's not do that.
This is 25.
25. Alright, as you are getting closer and trying to head in that direction, you see, reflected by the sun, a glint of gold in the sky. And looking closer, it's a flying creature, which is strange. There shouldn't be any birds this far out. But recognition kicks in as you realize that it's Gildy. Although you don't see Nimue anywhere around yet. So it seems like Gildy's flying quite a ways away from the ship itself.
So then I'll excitedly be on the brace and say, I see Gildy! Maybe, just. Is Gildy out? I mean, I hope there isn't a dragon here.
No, Gildy.
I don't want a dragon.
Gildy's out.
Oh, jeez.
Ah! Gildy's out there. Yeah, he's doing rounds. If you see him, you must be close.
I can't see the boat yet, but yeah, we're not too far, I guess. Maybe. Heading in the right way, at least.
So Dylan, you have a link of communication with Gildy as well, so.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I can. I don't know what direction it'd be, but
Around and say somewhere you shouldn't be able to see them from where you are, Gildy.
exactly, basically.
All right, and they are a lot more obvious, especially from the air in the empty ocean of blue, to spot a ship. So Gildy is able to pinpoint them pretty quickly, and makes his way over, and using his connection to Durand, begins to guide you guys back. Although you quickly find out that the Nimue can move faster than this ship. So unless Elevorn or Era or somebody, or Neridion and her muscles wants to go start rowing, you're gonna start falling behind, even more than you probably already have.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
rapidly down the ocean.
Well, I could turn into, like, I know it. I would probably have some idea of it. Like, instead of wind walking again, I mean, I guess I could do that.
You could, I guess, and you guys could just you could put the boat away and follow Gildy. That'll probably get you there faster. You could speed up the boat in any way that you could speed up the boat, but at your current pace, you're not going to be able to catch up to the Nimue.
Yeah, control weather would just make the Nimue go faster. It's a 5-mile radius around me. So it would just speed them up and us, and we would just remain falling
Yeah.
behind. So.
Somebody can ride Gildy.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is like, would flying catch up to the like a like a giant 90 feet of movement or something? Like, cause I would know that like wind walking is fastest, but wouldn't I don't know seems like it'd be really close, so probably would need to wind walk, huh?
I don't think you're in any immediate danger to have to use like a big spell to get on. Heck, like Gildy could just bring you guys one by one.
That would take a while, but yeah, he could.
We have nothing but time. We
Further
have 2
apart.
weeks.
Now we have 2 weeks. So it's up to you, Oliver.
Yeah, we'll just wind walk. That'd be easier. Wind walk, right, guys? I mean, the boat is there. I mean, Gildy's there. You know, because I mean, they probably heard me because I was using the bracelet. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if it probably will make us be there faster, right? So.
Yeah, and we have a direction, so.
Alright, so you cast the spell, put the boat away, take the minute, transform, and follow Gildy. Takes you guys not too long. Maybe about 45, I don't know, closer to probably 25, 30 minutes until you are back aboard the Nimue. You turn back into your physical forms, and Elevorn, you still have Find the Path active, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you take that out, the arrow that is pointing is in a drastically different heading than where you're going right now. It is probably near perpendicular to your hand. So it's pretty much directly off the side of the ship. It's not even really close to where this ship is heading right now.
I'm gonna show it around and explain what I was pointing it at.
Mm-hmm. So you look and you know that somewhere in that direction is your village.
And, thank you again for sharing that memory with me and being okay with me keeping it. I mean, I know I probably shouldn't have kept it because it was a good memory, but it was really something. I mean, to point us in a direction of Draconia, because otherwise I didn't know what to point us at.
That's okay. I mean, it all worked out in the end, and I have many others.
Alright. So, during the time that it takes you guys to catch up and reconvene with the rest of the fleet, what downtime activities are you guys going to be pursuing? Let's start with Duran.
I'm not sure.
Back to the usual training and fishing.
Yeah.
Anything else? Well, you think on that. How about Era? Apart from, falling back into the routine working with the academy, anything specific downtime you want to accomplish?
I was gonna say sleep, but that's more immediate.
Okay.
No, I think it's just really I guess more than anything, concentrating more with like training with Layla or making sure that she's confident when it comes to like the boat itself.
Gotcha. All right. So, yep, that's something that you guys are doing pretty much every night.
Mm.
So, but you're specifically intending to help her probably a bit of time before and even after your shifts. Okay. Neridian.
Well, this is the puzzle, I guess, but also maybe taking small breaks from it to play with the Tresem and maybe what was it Big? That one young.
Yeah, the guy that's currently in the brig, yes, with a few others.
Yeah,
For
I'm
sneaking
gonna like.
He's still there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go still talk to him if it's possible sometimes. So just minor chit chat, keep him company, I guess.
All right. He is appreciative. And, it's a weird mix. At some points, some days, it seems like he, regrets his actions, and the next day it's well, fuck this place. I hate this shit, and so he's going through something right now.
Yeah, for real.
Elevorn.
Okay, hi, yes. So I said I would help Wiggles in the kitchen, so I want to do that. But also, Valfir needs attention and training, and also Duran needs bothering, and
Duran needs watering.
Watering.
Watering. Yes, watering.
Just control water onto the boat occasionally.
Splash.
You say, grow up nice and strong, Duran.
Fine.
Okay.
Duran is sufficiently happily bothered.
Sorry, Elevorn and Netadian go to make animal handling checks, please.
$23.
13.
All right. So, about a week after you had gone back and continued the voyage aboard the Falcon.
Mic isn't working.
Yeah, I can't hear anything really.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So About a week after you guys get back on board, Elevon, you're on the deck with Valfir and just spending time with him. You are momentarily distracted. Probably the need to bother Darand. Maybe you see Era having a quick side conversation with Mr. Spyglass, and you're like he. But a couple seconds at most, and you look back, and Valfir's gone.
What?
Disappeared. No longer there.
Delphine, where are you?
You hear a thud as you're looking around. You turn towards it, and you see just the tail end of what looked like Valfir flying right into one of the structures on the ship that leads down to below decks, like the door frame, and falling about like 3 or 4 feet before getting back to his feet and shaking it off.
Whoa. I'm gonna rush over to.
Looks up to you and the happy barking chirp.
Gonna give him a treat.
You have griffin treats?
Well, yeah, probably like a little bit of fish or something. You know.
Okay.
That's what I was bothering Durand for earlier. I steal his fish to give to
Gotcha.
I mean, you know, some of them I cook for him, and some I just take some trimmings, so that, you know.
So, seems like that was the first time, even though you didn't quite see it. You missed a little bit of it, but you assumed that he was able to do a little bit of flying. Not sure how graceful or adept Valfir is, but now you're like, yeah, you did it. And then it's like, oh no, now I really have to look at you, watch you. And should we even be up here? And do I need to leash you so that you don't fly away? Oh no.
I mean, how big is he now?
He is solid puppy size, maybe about just shy of 20 pounds.
Okay. There was somewhere where there was a horse staying here before.
There was, yes.
I'm gonna go check that out.
Okay, so you check it out, and it is very suitable, and because there are other animals here, mostly there are a couple chickens, there are goats for milk and such, as normally, you know, animals are brought along on journeys, voyages such as this, animals that can provide repeated sustenance.
Never mind about this.
Never mind about this. Yep. But this place, very good at what it does for keeping these animals. None of these animals can fly.
Yeah. Well, chickens can a little.
Chickens can flutter and jump.
They can fly a little. If they're
Okay,
determined
so
enough.
you're putting him in the chicken coop.
No, I'm not. That's just why I said never mind, because, you know.
What happened to our chickens? Why is your griffin so fat?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I mean, I could warn him to stay away from him, but I don't think that would work.
But he should be fine.
Just
You know.
talk with animals and tell the griffins like these are not food.
I can't talk to the griffin. I've never been able to talk to the griffin.
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Griffin's not an animal.
Oh.
They understand common though. But it's a baby.
Yeah, but that's still
Baby.
different.
The baby.
So yeah, I'd just be like, don't hurt anything here. But we can play down here.
Squawk.
You can look around.
Okay. Yeah, goes aside and you can see he's very interested in the chickens, and the chickens are very aware of Valfir as they pretty much like go to the others, whatever the side he's on, they go to the opposite side. And you see him like kind of burying himself in the hay, just kind of stalking and then just giving up on it and just blindly chasing them around. Though he doesn't really get close.
I'll just kind of say thank you to the chicken.
Running around, and you're gonna say thank you to the chickens?
Yeah, and ask if they want me to pick them up or anything.
You're saying thank you. Like they're like, yeah, we're playing here.
No, they're not playing. They're scared. No. Okay, I have a better idea. Instead of thanking them. Because it's funny, because I'm thinking thank you, because he's getting lots of exercise right now.
Oh, yeah.
More than he was on the, top side. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, so yeah, I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to talk to the chicken.
Okay.
Any of them. Just one of them. Could I hold you a moment, please?
And it's Valfir chirp barks and it kind of just leaps into your arms, almost by just shock, surprise, and fear from the griffin.
Okay, so then I'm gonna, like put my hand down. Like, well, I have the chicken in one arm. I'm gonna put my hand down towards Valfir. Be like, stay. Now look, see, it's a baby. We have to keep it safe. You're big. You have to protect it. Okay?
You're talking to the chicken.
No, I'm talking to Valfir, like a
okay.
puppy. Like, we have to
Gotcha.
protect the baby chicken. Okay? And I'm petting the chicken like it's a good chicken. It's our friend.
He looks up and chirp barks and takes like a half step forward.
So I let him, and I'm like, it's okay. I won't let him.
To the chicken. To you. Takes a full step forward towards you.
It's a good chicken, and you're a good Valfir. Mm-hmm. The chicken is our friend. Chicken are friends, not food.
Since you rolled so high on your animal handling check with the 20, whilst under your observation, Valfir behaves around the chickens. But he is checking to see whether you are still observing when you guys are down here.
Chicken are food, not friends.
He's like, yeah, definitely. Don't you have somewhere to be? Alright. So, while you tried to convert your griffin to a vegetarian diet. Durand, I have a little chart here for you,
Oh God.
and I need you to roll a D100.
A D100.
Mm-hmm.
I don't wanna. Roll a dice.
What is it with all you guys coming here and not wanting to roll dice?
Because it's
Because
a
you want me to roll it?
D100.
Yeah, you want me to roll D100, man. Fuck.
We don't have D100s.
I don't have
You
any
have
of
a
this.
percentile and a D10.
That's like too much just deciding that you have to decide. No.
No, it's not like there's not 100 separate options.
$40.
40. Are you sure?
That I think that there's one side that says 4, and then the other side that says 10. I think that's a 40.
No, that would be 14.
Oh really?
Yeah, the percentile is the tens place, right? So if one is 10, like is the 10 one the one that has like the 0, 0, 10, 20, 30?
No.
Right? Yeah.
I don't have that.
You don't have percentile dice? And what would that be?
Well, you'd have to choose which one was the D100 first.
Yeah, you'd have to choose which one acts as the D.
Well, I just imagine it can't be 104. So I went with it's
Well-
probably 40.
Okay. Well, you rolled it and you chose how to interpret it. So, great. It's time that we end anyway. So, this will be the last. Done. You're fishing. Seems like a normal day. Maybe about. You know that you have probably a little more than 2 weeks until you guys land in Draconia. You're not exactly sure what to expect, and you're trying not to think about it too much, especially considering it's getting closer, but still too far off to actually do anything about it. You're a couple days from the point where the ship that you're on is going to rejoin the fleet and form the plan and formation for going ashore in Draconia. You're fishing. It's a nice day. Slow breeze. You've already got a nice little collection of fish at your side. A couple of them Elevorn has come and commandeered for griffin treats, which you happily allow. And you're just spacing out, kind of dozing, when you get a snag on your line. Hefty snag. This is amongst feels like immediately amongst one of the larger fish that you have encountered thus far. You come to full attention and begin to fight with the creature and begin to reel it in. Go ahead and make a... What have we had you make for fishing checks before? Do you know what skill it was?
I don't think I've done one for reeling it in. I think I've done like an overall check for how well the singular instance went. I think it was like insight.
Insight into the fish. No, none of that here. Just make a strength check, please.
14.
14. I said this fish feels heavier, and oddly enough, it doesn't seem to fight as much as you would expect after catching or having hooked a live fish. You begin to reel, and you feel whatever it was that you had hooked. You pull it out of the water. You still have quite a ways to go before you reel it onto deck, but you've got it. It feels like it weighs maybe 10, 15 pounds.
Holy.
And as you reel and you watch it come above into view, you see on the other side of your line is a washed out, bloated, pale forearm and claw that doesn't look that looks like it either from Drake, small dragon, very small dragon, or a dragonborn. The scales, some of them seem to have fallen away, and whatever creature, person this belonged to, this arm is waterlogged, and it seems to have been washed out at sea for quite some time.
Jeez. The whole drake arm? The arm of a drake? A whole arm?
No, it's a little smaller than yours.
Oh.
Actually, you would imagine it would be a little smaller than yours if it wasn't so waterlogged and bloated.
Right. I imagine it must smell horrible.
Maybe if you left it out for a while, but it's
It's been in salt water.
probably in the ocean for.
Yeah, it's been in salt water. It's probably fine.
Yeah.
But what the heck? What do I do with this?
I don't know. Figure it out. We'll figure it out next time.
What the? We cut it open.
Cut it open. What's inside of here? It's a kraken. You're right.
Finally.
Finally! The kraken! Alright, well. Till next time.
Okay. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Good night.
This is some shit right here, bro. Come on, my nigga.